the remote folds of the Tian Shan Range, where cold winds scour empty valleys and human footprints rarely linger, a massive stone structure appears without warning. Tash Rabat does not feel like a ruin left behind, but like a decision set into the earth, deliberate, silent, and resolute against time. They call this place Tash Rabat, a stopping point for merchants on the Silk Road. But caravanserais usually stand near rivers, near towns, where traffic never stops flowing. Here, there is only wind, stone, and enclosure. If it was built to receive travellers, why does it turn its back on every road? To understand Tash Rabat, one is forced to slow down. Not because the road is difficult, but because the structure itself reveals nothing at once. At an elevation of over 10,000 feet, where winter can last for months and snow seals every route, its very presence is a calculated choice. There are no villages nearby, no major river, only high mountain pastureland and ridgelines that close off the horizon. The thick stone walls enclosing the structure are assembled from precisely cut blocks, fitted so tightly that no mortar is needed. This is not the kind of construction meant for quick, temporary use. The stone was set as if its builders understood it would have to endure wind, ice, and time longer than any human ever would. The single entrance leads directly into a central hall, dark and heavy, where light is quickly swallowed by cold grey stone. From this core space, more than 30 small rooms radiate outward, linked like sealed branches of a body. Many are barely large enough for one person to lie down. The ceilings are low, the doorways narrow, offering no sense of comfort or ease. Overhead, corbelled stone vaults stack layer by layer, distributing weight into the walls, revealing builders who understood load and pressure, a technical knowledge that was anything but accidental. What stands out most is the near-total absence of decoration. No ornament, no symbols of authority, no details meant to impress. Soot marks on the ceiling show that fires were once lit here, yet there is no sign of long-term habitation, large storage areas, or spaces for sizable herds of animals. Everything is sufficient, but nothing is excessive. Taken as a whole, Tash Rabat does not resemble a lively place of welcome. It feels like a structure designed to close inward, to endure, and to persist in silence, as if its true purpose was not bound to the flow of passing travellers, but to remain standing long after no one stayed behind. It is here that the story of Tash Rabat becomes unsettled, because when measured against what still stands, the most familiar explanation, a caravanserai on the Silk Road, sounds reasonable only until it is tested against reality. A caravanserai, by nature, is a place of movement. It requires open space for caravans and herds, a broad courtyard for unloading goods, storage rooms, reliable water, and a steady flow of traffic to sustain life year-round. Yet, Tash Rabat sits at an elevation where winter can stretch on so long that every route is sealed by snow. In those months, no merchant caravan could pass through, let alone stop. The design of the structure also resists the idea of a bustling way station. There is no large central courtyard. The spaces turn inward, enclosed and restrained, as if meant to separate people from the outside rather than gather them together. The rooms are small, the ceilings low, the doorways narrow, features suited to concealment, not activity. If this was a place to rest, it was one that did not invite anyone to linger. At the same time, the scale and quality of construction introduce a different contradiction. Quarrying, shaping, and assembling stone at this altitude would have required organisation, labour, and considerable resources. That implies the backing of a power strong enough to sustain a long-term project. And yet, there is no inscription, no written record, no historical trace naming who ordered its construction or why. Other theories are no more satisfying. If it was a fortress, it lacks clear defensive features. If it was a monastery or religious site, there is no sufficiently concrete ritual evidence to confirm it. Even 20th century restoration efforts, while stabilizing the structure, have blurred the boundary between what is original and what has been reinterpreted. The result is an uneasy gap in the narrative. Tash Rabat exists too deliberately to be dismissed as accidental, yet it remains too silent to explain itself. And it is that silence that causes every explanation to begin to collapse. When familiar explanations no longer hold, the void left by Tash Rabat begins to fill with possibilities, not as answers, but as attempts to understand why a structure like this needed to exist at all. The most cautious theory suggests it was a specialized refuge, not meant for dense streams of merchants, but for small groups crossing the mountains under extreme conditions. At this altitude, safety matters more than comfort. Thick stone, enclosed space, and durability would have been rational choices. Yet even this does not explain why the structure was built with an investment far exceeding what basic shelter would require. Another line of thought sees Tash Rabat as a point of power, a stone anchor along a sensitive corridor of movement, where presence itself carried political weight rather than economic function. It would not need crowds, only permanence. Still, the absence of administrative records or clear military markers makes this interpretation fragile. There is also the idea of a place of retreat in times of instability, when communities sought distance from the world below. The small inward-facing rooms suggest concealment more than control. From this, some scholars have asked whether Tash Rabat may once have been a pre-Islamic monastery, possibly connected to Nestorian Christianity, communities known to have existed in scattered pockets across Central Asia. The enclosed design and disciplined use of space make the idea difficult to dismiss, even as ritual evidence remains elusive. Finally, there is the least orderly possibility that Tash Rabat never served a single role. It may have been reused, redefined across centuries, each period adding a layer of meaning, but none lasting long enough to become the official story. And perhaps it is precisely this layering, unfinished, unresolved, that comes closest to an explanation we can accept. In the end, Tash Rabat offers no conclusion, only a posture to remain still. Perhaps it was not built to be understood quickly, or to be named by history. Perhaps its true purpose was to remind us that not every structure exists to explain itself. Some are built to stay with time, and to let the question outlive the people who set them into the ground. If ancient people avoided danger, then why do their most enigmatic structures appear in the most dangerous places, perched above canyons, balanced on narrow ridges, scattered across summits where storms gather first? What compelled them to climb so high just to leave subtle circles and lines of rock? Were these places chosen for what they overlooked, or for what overlooked them? And if these mountaintop structures were not built for shelter, storage, or survival, then what purpose demanded these heights? Every stone seems to ask a question that has never been fully answered. Teton enclosure. High on a wind-carved spur of the Teton range, where the granite shoulders of the mountains lean into a sky thinned by altitude and silence, the structure known as the Teton enclosure settles into the landscape with a restraint that makes it easy to miss, yet difficult to forget once seen. its low stone alignments forming an irregular ring against the tundra, as if shaped by long patience rather than force, offering the first suggestion that people once climbed to this improbable height with intentions that exceeded mere passage. The approach reveals little at first, only scattered boulders and the persistent combing of alpine winds, but the geometry begins to appear as one moves among the rocks, a faint but deliberate arrangement that introduces a quiet question about the purpose of building so far above the valleys where daily subsistence would have been more predictable. Archaeologists have noted that the stones do not match the chaotic scatter left by natural frost heave, and their placement, though subtle, follows patterns seen in high-altitude vision quest sites throughout the northern Rockies, lending an early sense that ritual activity may have shaped this ridge over centuries. Yet the evidence remains light, composed of arrangements rather than artifacts, and the site's elevation above 10,000 feet complicates interpretation because seasonal snowpack, lightning strikes and shifting freeze-thaw cycles erase the small traces that might otherwise anchor the story. What persists is the relationship between the enclosure and the horizon. Its opening faces west, toward the plain where the Snake River braids and rebraids through the basin, and the vantage commands a view that broadens into Wyoming's long distances, an observation point as much as a destination, suggesting that the sky and the line of the mountains may have been as significant as the stones themselves. Some have proposed that the enclosure possibly functioned as a lookout or a hunting aid, but the height and exposure argue against long-term occupation, and the lack of hearths or domestic debris keeps such ideas tentative. Others note the cultural patterns among ancestral Shoshone groups, whose high mountain practices often involved solitary time spent in austere, elevated places, using the ridgelines as thresholds where individuals sought guidance. And while this association remains cautious, it frames the enclosure in a broader regional tradition that gives its seclusion a meaningful context. Geological surveys have examined whether the stones could have been relocated by older glacial activity or natural slides, yet the consistent size of the rocks and the enclosure's gentle arcs do not align with such processes, leaving intentional human placement the simplest explanation. Still, the exact period of construction remains uncertain. Lichen growth patterns hint at significant age, possibly centuries, but radiocarbon opportunities are scarce in a landscape dominated by rock and wind. When mapped carefully, the structure reveals a slight discrepancy in alignment. Its long axis is not quite perpendicular to the ridge, nor does it perfectly mirror any solstice line. Yet the near coincidences raise the question of whether the builders sought celestial markers loosely rather than precisely, allowing natural features to guide orientation instead of strict astronomical geometry. This ambiguity deepens when comparing the site to other high-altitude settings in the region, some of which exhibit clearer relationships to sunrise positions or mountain peaks that hold cultural significance. The Teton enclosure sits close enough to these patterns to invite comparison but distant enough to resist confident categorization. Its interior shows no signs of excavation pits or food preparation areas, but the protected nook created by the ring could have sheltered a person briefly from the prevailing winds, a modest refuge that suggests focused short-duration activity rather than communal ceremonies. Even so, the effort required to reach this ridge, ascending thousands of vertical feet, negotiating steep talus, and carrying knowledge of a specific destination, implies that those who used it did so with intent rather than chance wandering. During modern surveys, researchers have noted how the enclosure frames distant features at particular times of day. The crest of the southern Tetons catches late summer light in a way that briefly illuminates a single band of cliffs, while storms moving across the basin approach in long, slanting curtains visible hours before they arrive. These observations highlight how the site functions not only as a physical space, but as a vantage woven into cycles of weather, season, and light. And although there is no proof that ancient visitors perceived the same interplay, the possibility adds a quiet dimension. Yet, contradictions persist. Some stones appear tumbled, others seem lightly reset as if rearranged in later periods, and the lack of diagnostic tools or ceramics prevents tying the enclosure to any specific cultural phase. A few researchers have suggested that the structure may have seen intermittent use by different groups over long spans of time, each interpreting the ridge according to its own customs, leading to a palimpsest of intentions that now blur together. Such layered histories would explain the inconsistencies in alignment and form, though the idea remains speculative because the evidence is diffuse. What remains constant is the enclosure's position on the mountain itself, anchored to a shoulder that collects thunderheads in summer and sculpted drifts in winter, a place where ecological boundaries tighten and human presence becomes more deliberate. Standing within it, one notices how the wind drops slightly, how the ground levels just enough to sit or kneel, and how the surrounding peaks form a natural amphitheatre of stone and silence. Conditions that may have carried meaning long before the modern trail systems approached the range. The absence of definitive answers has become part of the site's quiet identity, not through exaggeration, but through the simple limits imposed by altitude, time, and minimal disturbance. The stones neither confirm nor deny ceremony, observatory use, or personal isolation. Instead, they settle into an intermediate space where multiple interpretations fit loosely without locking into certainty, allowing the enclosure to remain what it has long been. A high, solitary structure shaped by human hands, yet still inseparable from the mountain's broader geology. And as each new survey refines measurements or notes subtle shifts, the enclosure continues to offer its careful reserve, suggesting that whatever purpose once guided its builders was carried more in experience than in architecture, leaving a form that endures mainly because it holds its questions as steadily as its stones. Mesa Verde Sun Temple. On the sun-washed mesa top above Cliff Palace, where the sandstone rim opens into a broad wind-slow plateau, the structure known as the Sun Temple rises not through height, but through geometry, its D-shaped footprint and thick masonry walls forming a deliberate contrast to the cliff dwellings tucked beneath the alcoves below, as though its builders sought a vantage that engaged the sky more directly than daily life allowed, leaving behind a plan so symmetrical and carefully laid that the intention behind it feels both evident and elusive at the same time. The approach across the mesa is gentle, yet the temple reveals itself gradually, its masonry blocks fitted with a precision that reflects the architectural confidence of late Pueblo III communities, suggesting that the people who constructed it around the late 12th or early 13th century did so during a period when cooperative building projects still held strong communal meaning. Archaeologists have long noted that, unlike domestic structures, the Sun Temple shows no signs of habitation, no hearths, no refuse, no storage pits, only formal walls rising to what may once have been shoulder height or higher, arranged around a central open court whose orientation offers its first quiet hint of a relationship with the surrounding horizon. To the east, the skyline breaks around the notched silhouettes of the La Plata Mountains. To the west, the mesa falls away into rolling pinon juniper country where the light stretches toward evening. And within this broad compass, many have found alignments that loosely coincide with solstice sunrise and sunset positions, subtle enough to invite consideration, but not precise enough to claim with certainty. The twin circular rooms, set into the D-shaped perimeter, often called towers, deepen the intrigue, their thick walls and elevated doorways hinting at roles that exceed domestic needs, yet lacking the clear astronomical slots or apertures found at more explicit observation sites across the southwest. Excavations in the early 20th century revealed carefully pecked stone surfaces and embedded features that may have supported wooden elements, perhaps raising platforms, screens, or internal partitions whose purpose remains unknown now that only the stone footprints survive. At the same time, the temple's masonry, double-coursed with a rubble core, resembles the finest construction at nearby Sun Point and Oak Tree House, reinforcing the idea that the builders assembled here during a moment of social investment, channeling skilled labour into a structure that shows no practical function beyond gathering, witnessing, or marking. Yet contradictions accompany every interpretation. The alignments appear suggestive but not definitive. The layout evokes planning but obscures the intended activities, and while the site's elevated position offers clear vantage lines to key horizon features, its walls lack the narrow, sight-bearing apertures that would confirm dedicated astronomical use. Some researchers propose that the temple may have served as a ceremonial open space linked to agricultural cycles, its presence on the mesa top symbolically overseeing the cliff dwellings below. But the absence of kivas, central to ritual life in the region, complicates this view, suggesting either a distinct function or an architectural departure at the very end of occupation. Others suggest that the temple might have been an unfinished project, with construction ceasing before roofing, plastering, or interior features could be added, perhaps due to shifting population dynamics as drought and social stresses intensified across the 13th century. However, the uniformity and completeness of the existing masonry challenge the idea of abandonment mid-build. Geological studies of the mesa surface reveal that the temple sits on a stable sandstone capstone, safe from the alcove-forming erosional processes below. A foundation choice that emphasizes intentional siting rather than convenience, implying that its builders selected this location for visibility, durability, or symbolic elevation. When remapped using modern instruments, the site shows a slight difference in angle between its long axis and the cardinal directions, a deviation that neither dismisses nor confirms solar intent, but raises the possibility that the temple may have been keyed to local horizon points rather than astronomical azimuths alone. Recent ground surveys have noted how, at certain times of year, the distant peaks around the La Plata range receive the first light in a way that aligns with sight lines from the temple's central court, though whether this relationship held meaning for its builders remains speculative. The structure's lack of roof, falls, or debris complicates. Reconstructions of its height, yet the preserved wall faces exhibit pecked and smoothed surfaces that speak to a level of finish often associated with communal or ceremonial contexts rather than household spaces. Still, the greatest uncertainty rests in the fact that no direct artifacts, ceramic clusters, ritual objects, or agricultural tools anchor the function. The temple remains defined by absence as much as by presence, a stone outline that conveys intention without revealing it. Unlike the cliff dwellings below, which preserve domestic rhythms in hearth ash, storage jars, and plastered rooms, the Sun Temple holds only the echo of gatherings that left little trace. And this sparseness complicates attempts to situate the structure within the broader cultural transitions occurring across the region. Some hypotheses suggest that the temple may have been used briefly or intermittently, or perhaps only for a single generation before larger social and environmental pressures led communities to migrate southward. If so, the limited archaeological signature would not be surprising, and yet the symmetry of the layout, the balanced relationship between its circular and rectilinear forms, and the care invested in its construction imply that whatever took place here mattered deeply at the time, even if the practices have slipped outside the surviving record. The surrounding mesa top, dotted with smaller structures and ancient roads traced faintly into the sandstone, adds further texture to the mystery. for the temple sits near the terminus of several regional pathways, suggesting a nodal point in movement patterns that may have brought multiple groups together. But just as these pathways converge, so do the uncertainties, for the temple remains a structure that gestures simultaneously toward observation, ceremony, gathering, and the marking of seasonal thresholds without fully confirming any single purpose. In this balance of evidence and ambiguity, the Sun Temple continues to hold its quiet place on the mesa, a geometric imprint shaped by hands that sought meaning in stone and light, leaving behind a form that endures precisely because it refuses to speak too clearly, allowing the structure to rest in that narrow space where architectural certainty fades into the broader open landscape of questions. Bighorn Medicine Wheel. Near the summit of Medicine Mountain in northern Wyoming, where the ridgeline narrows into a high limestone spine shaped by wind, ice, and long winters, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel rests with a quiet steadiness that belies its altitude, its 80-foot ring of pale stones stretched across the thin alpine turf, as though anchored to the mountain, not by weight, but by intention. The 28 spokes radiating from a central cairn in a pattern both unmistakably deliberate and yet softly irregular, shaped by centuries of exposure and generations of hands that may have altered it in ways now difficult to trace. Approaching the wheel on foot, the air thins and the horizon expands into sweeping views of the Bighorn Basin on one side and the rising Absarokas on the other. And this openness gives the structure an immediate relationship with sky and distance that encourages reflection even before the stones come clearly into view. Archaeological surveys suggest its construction reached its present form several centuries ago, though some elements, particularly the central cairn, may possess deeper origins, and the layering of use across time complicates attempts to attach the wheel to a single moment or cultural phase. The orientation of several cairns, with notable solar and stellar events, has long drawn attention, especially the alignments marking the summer solstice sunrise and sunset, and a series of sightlines that may connect to the heliacal rising of certain stars important in plains astronomy. Yet while these correspondences appear suggestive, they remain grounded more in pattern recognition than in explicit archaeological markers, and scholars continue to treat them with measured caution. The idea that the wheel functioned as an observatory in a strict architectural sense is tempered by the irregularities in its spokes, the drift and shifting of stones over time, and the possibility that its alignments may have been symbolic rather than mathematically precise, reflecting knowledge of the sky expressed through ritual structures rather than formal astronomical instruments. Ethnographic connections to several northern plains tribes, most notably the Crow, who maintain cultural ties to the mountain, add layers of meaning, but also highlight the complexities of continuity. For while oral histories affirm the spiritual significance of high places and circular forms, they do not definitively identify the wheel's original builders, suggesting a long tradition of shared landscapes where meanings evolved across generations. At the same time, studies of the wheel's material composition show no unique quarrying or specialized shaping. The stones are local, collected from the immediate vicinity, yet arranged in a pattern that distinguishes them clearly from natural scatter, a pattern maintained across centuries despite the challenges of snow load, frost heave, and seasonal storms that rearrange loose material on exposed ridges. Some researchers have noted the absence of artifacts within the wheel's interior, no tools, pottery, or food remnants, underscoring the idea that it was not a habitation site, but rather a place for periodic gathering or solitary observance, with activity focused more on experience than on leaving physical traces. The 28 spokes have invited interpretations ranging from lunar symbolism to social or ceremonial structuring, but their slight asymmetry complicates these readings, reminding observers that the wheel may have been constructed incrementally or adjusted through time. each modification reflecting specific needs or interpretations, later obscured by erosion and reconfiguration. The 6 peripheral cairns, positioned around the wheel's circumference, add another layer of subtle intrigue as their arrangement interacts with sight lines toward distant peaks and horizon dips. Though the significance of these visual relationships remains uncertain, shaped partly by modern attempts to decode alignments that may have held different meanings in their original context. Geological surveys of Medicine Mountain show that its summit ridge has shifted only slowly over millennia, providing a stable platform for the wheel. Yet the constant scouring of winter winds has likely moved smaller stones repeatedly, leaving archaeologists cautious about relying too heavily on precise positional data when reconstructing older alignments. This combination of stability and change, large cairns anchoring the form, while smaller stones migrate, creates a landscape where intention and natural processes intertwine, shaping a structure both fixed and fluid. Some hypotheses propose that the wheel served as a place of preparation or transition for young individuals undertaking vision quests, its position near the summit offering solitude and an unbroken arc of sky that aligns with known practices across the plains. But the absence of direct archaeological signatures keeps such ideas within the bounds of informed possibility rather than confirmation. Others point to the wheel's panoramic setting, where weather systems sweep across the basins in long advancing shadows, and lightning storms rise abruptly from the west, suggesting that the mountain itself, rather than the stones alone, may have been the primary focus, the wheel acting as a marker within a larger experiential landscape. The structure's endurance owes as much to cultural respect as to geology. Historic accounts describe native visitors maintaining the wheel, resetting stones, or adding small offerings, actions that reflect continuity of meaning even as specific practices shift. This continuity adds complexity for researchers seeking to distinguish original forms from later modifications, though it also highlights the wheel's ongoing relevance in ways that transcend strictly archaeological interpretation. When mapped today, the pattern holds together with a coherence that implies purpose, but not precision, a balance that resists both overstatement and dismissal, allowing the wheel to function simultaneously as a cultural landmark, a historical artifact, and a landscape feature shaped by ritual presence. As with many high-altitude structures, the wheel offers a blend of evidence and uncertainty, enough architectural clarity to confirm human design, enough environmental wear to obscure chronological details, and enough cultural depth to suggest layered meanings spanning multiple groups. In this interplay between stone and sky, the medicine wheel remains neither an unsolved puzzle nor a fully comprehended monument. Instead, it stands in that enduring threshold where intentionality and ambiguity coexist, its spokes reaching outward like quiet reminders of long-observed cycles, its ring holding steady against shifting seasons, and its mountain setting carrying the larger mystery of how people across time have engaged with heights that draw the eye outward and inward at once. Chimney Rock Observatory. High on a narrow ridge above the Piedra River Valley in southern Colorado, where the land lifts suddenly into steep-sided spines of weathered sandstone, the site known as Chimney Rock Observatory occupies a perch so sharply defined that the sky seems to meet the ground at the edge of every step. Its cluster of masonry rooms and low walls arranged along the crest that leads toward the twin pinnacles rising beyond, those pillars of stone that have shaped both the site's identity and its enduring mystery. Approaching along the ridge, the structures appear modest at first, mostly foundations of Chacoan-style rooms built in the 11th century. But the alignment of the Great House with the gap between the two rock towers begins to emerge as one climbs, that subtle directional pull, inviting attention toward a relationship between architecture and horizon that researchers have examined for decades. The most prominent suggestion centers on the lunar standstill cycle, the rare moment every 18.6 years when the moon rises or sets at its northernmost or southernmost extreme. And observers have noted that from the Great House, the moon appears between the twin spires in a way that aligns with this predictable but infrequent event. Yet, even as the alignment seems compelling, archaeologists approach the interpretation carefully, acknowledging uncertainties in ancient sightlines, vegetation patterns, and potential structural heights that might have altered the view. The buildings themselves reflect Chacoan masonry traditions, core and veneer walls, carefully shaped sandstone blocks, and room forms consistent with regional great houses, suggesting that the site was integrated into the broader Chacoan world, though its extreme elevation and exposed ridgetop setting distinguish it from the monumental centers at the heart of the San Juan Basin. Excavations have uncovered hearths, grinding stones, and domestic debris that indicate intermittent habitation, but not the sustained occupation seen in larger settlements, supporting the idea that Chimney Rock may have served as a seasonal or event-based gathering location rather than a village. Geological studies of the ridge highlight its natural alignment with the surrounding landscape. The twin towers themselves stand as erosional remnants formed from more resistant sandstone layers, their narrow gap and symmetrical rise offering a striking visual focus long before any structures were built. Some researchers suggest that ancient builders may have used this unique feature as a natural marker, designing the architecture to incorporate or emphasize its visual prominence, though the extent to which the Great House was oriented specifically for astronomical observation remains a question approached with measured restraint. Several other architectural features, such as low kivas and ancillary rooms, show no clear astronomical purpose, and the absence of narrow sighting windows or engineered apertures tempers the idea of a dedicated observatory in the modern sense. Still, the ridge's vantage is undeniable. From the site, the San Juan Mountains lift in the distance, the Piedra Valley falls away sharply, and the spires punctuate a skyline that offers a clean stage for horizon events, making it reasonable to consider that sky watching played some role in the site's use. The construction period, clustered around the early 11th century, coincides with a time of expanding Chacoan influence, and the site's location near the far northeastern edge of the Chacoan sphere suggests an outpost or satellite community positioned to engage with both local groups and distant centers. Yet contradictions persist. While the lunar standstill alignment appears striking, the uncertainties in reconstructed architectural height raise the possibility that the view between the spires may not have been as controlled or narrow as it seems today, leaving room for hypotheses that focus more on symbolic or experiential relationships with the ridge than on precise astronomical measurement. Moreover, the domestic debris discovered on site suggests that people lived here long enough to cook, store food, and perform routine tasks, activities that may have been linked to broader ceremonial gatherings rather than solely to lunar observation. Ethnographic parallels among Pueblo communities indicate that high places and distinctive rock formations often carry layered meanings, combining social, ceremonial, and cosmological functions, and this broader framework helps situate Chimney Rock within a landscape where astronomy, symbolism, and community interaction might have been intertwined rather than separated. Some researchers emphasize that the ridge itself offers views of multiple horizon points, where the sun and moon rise or set throughout the year, suggesting a more general observational purpose rather than a focus solely on the lunar standstill. Others note that the site's relative isolation, combined with its Chacoan architectural traits, may reflect a strategic or symbolic assertion of presence on the landscape's northern frontier, though such interpretations remain cautious, given the lack of direct evidence for political or administrative functions. Surveys of the surrounding slopes have revealed additional structures, small rooms, middens and pathways, that hint at a community larger than the ridgetop buildings alone. Yet the intensity of occupation appears episodic, as though use of the site surged during certain seasons or events and quieted during others. This intermittent pattern resonates with the idea of gatherings keyed to astronomical cycles, but the archaeological record remains thin enough that other seasonal activities, hunting, trade interactions, or ritual gatherings unrelated to lunar events, cannot be excluded. The pinnacles themselves, nearly 300 feet tall, cast shifting shadows across the ridge as the sun moves, and their presence shapes the sensory experience of the site in ways that are difficult to quantify archaeologically, but likely significant. Whether used as markers, symbols, or companions to ceremony, the spires form a natural axis around which the great house seems subtly oriented, though not with the strict precision found in some other southwestern sites. And just as the alignments invite interpretation, so do the absences. No elaborate carved features, no fixed sighting channels, no inscriptions or artifacts explicitly tying the architecture to a specific ritual. What remains instead is a pattern of possibilities supported by architecture, geography and horizon lines, but moderated by the limits of preservation, erosion and shifting light across centuries. In this interplay of potential intention and partial evidence, Chimney Rock Observatory continues to hold its quiet position on the ridge, a meeting point of stone towers, chacoan walls and open sky, where the patterns of the moon, the rhythms of seasonal occupation and the deep history of the surrounding mountains might have converged into meanings now only partially visible. And as each new survey refines measurements or redraws the relationships between architecture and landscape, the site maintains a balance between clarity and uncertainty, offering enough structure to suggest purpose, but enough ambiguity to let the twin spires and the ridge itself remain central to the enduring mystery that rises with them. Pueblo Alto. On the northern rim of Chaco Canyon, where the mesa edge tilts gently toward the open desert and the wind moves unbroken across a plain of sandstone and scattered juniper, the great house known as Pueblo Alto sits with a restrained but unmistakable presence, its masonry outlines forming a low constellation of rooms and courtyards arranged along the narrow shelf that overlooks the canyon below, a position that offers both isolation and command, as though chosen to observe the rhythms of the valley from a deliberate remove. The structure's form reflects the architectural logic of late 9th and 10th century Chaco, with core and veneer walls, carefully shaped sandstone blocks, and geometric planning that aligns its rooms and plazas in a pattern both orderly and responsive to the uneven mesa surface. Yet, unlike the monumental complexes of the canyon floor, Pueblo Bonito and Quetzalcoatl among them, Pueblo Alto stands apart on high ground, its elevation granting a wide horizon that stretches toward distant mesas and lowlands, a vantage that has long led researchers to consider how visibility, movement, and regional connection may have shaped its purpose. Excavations reveal that Pueblo Alto functioned not as an isolated dwelling, but as a node in the broader Chacoan system, linking outlying communities through a network of ancient roadways that converge near the mesa's flank, their straight segments cutting across the desert with a precision that speaks to careful planning rather than casual travel. The proximity of these roads to Pueblo Alto suggests that it may have played a role in managing movement or exchange, though the extent of such activities remains difficult to quantify, as the archaeological record contains only fragments of tools, ceramics, and animal bone rather than overt markers of administration or trade. The site's middens, however, contain unusually high concentrations of pottery sherds, some locally produced and others originating from distant regions, implying episodes of gathering or redistribution, though whether these reflect ceremonial feasts, seasonal assembly, or intermittent trade remains open to interpretation. The architecture offers further subtleties. The Great House's linear layout along the mesa rim creates sightlines that connect with other high points across the region, and some researchers propose that these visual links may have facilitated communication or acted as symbolic relationships aligned with the larger Chavein landscape, though direct evidence for signaling or coordinated observation is lacking. At the same time, the absence of large kivas within Pueblo Alto raises questions about its ceremonial role. The few smaller subterranean rooms do not match the scale or architectural elaboration seen in the canyon's monumental kivas, suggesting that if ritual activities occurred here, they may have differed in form or emphasis. Geological surveys of the mesa reveal that its edges erode slowly but steadily, and the exposed position of Pueblo Alto has left its walls more weathered than those protected in the canyon below, adding uncertainty to reconstructions of room heights, doorways, and possible roof alignments. This erosion complicates attempts to determine whether the Great House once contained elevated viewing points intentionally positioned towards solar or lunar horizon events. While the broad horizon certainly allowed observation of celestial cycles, the site lacks clear architectural features designed for precise tracking, leading scholars to treat astronomical interpretations as plausible but unproven. The abundance of crushed pottery and evidence of repeated resurfacing of plaza floors suggest communal activities, but their nature remains elusive. Some layers indicate feasting, others everyday refuse, and still others a mix that hints at periodic intensification of use rather than constant occupation. The surrounding landscape adds further texture. To the north, the mesa undulates into a web of small canyons and ridges, places where isolated farming settlements have been identified, indicating that Pueblo Alto may have served as a gathering point for dispersed communities whose agricultural fields lay far from the canyon core. To the south, the view drops sharply into Chaco Canyon, its great houses arranged with an order that contrasts with the rugged terrain. And this juxtaposition underscores the deliberate decision to place Pueblo Alto not among those structures, but above them, creating a layered spatial arrangement that may reflect differing functions within the Chacoan system. Yet, contradictions persist. While the site's elevation suggests oversight or coordination, the artifacts recovered do not clearly support administrative control. While the middens indicate gatherings, they do not provide definitive clues about their frequency or scale. And while the road system converges near the mesa, the exact role Pueblo Alto played in that network remains only partially understood. Recent surveys using high-resolution mapping have illuminated subtle terraces, retaining walls and pathways around the Great House, features that suggest careful modification of the mesa surface to accommodate movement and repeated visitation. Still, the rooms themselves lack the density of domestic features typically associated with year-round residents, reinforcing the idea that Pueblo Alto may have been used intermittently, perhaps during specific cycles or events linked to agricultural, social, or ceremonial rhythms. Some researchers propose that the site functioned broadly as a gathering place where people from surrounding areas came together to reaffirm ties or redistribute goods, but the absence of inscriptions or overt ritual objects leaves such interpretations open-ended. Others consider that the site's elevated position may have held symbolic significance within the cultural landscape, its placement on high ground, creating a complementary relationship with the canyon floor great houses, though the meaning of such spatial hierarchies remains difficult to infer without direct testimony. What remains certain is that Pueblo Alto holds an interplay of clarity and ambiguity. Its architecture confirms its integration into the Chacoan world. Its middens attest to concentrated periods of activity. Its location ties it to regional routes and horizon lines, and yet the purpose that once animated its rooms and plazas remains incomplete, shaped partly by what time has preserved, and partly by what has disappeared into wind and erosion. And as the mesa continues to weather, and each new survey adjusts our understanding by small degrees, Pueblo Alto endures on its high perch, a structure defined as much by the open plains and distant mesas it overlooks as by its own masonry walls, holding its place within the broader mystery of how the Chacoan world organized its landscapes, gatherings, and intentions across the long sweep of the high desert. Mount Taylor Summit. High on the volcanic crown of Mount Taylor, where the mesa-like summit opens into broad, wind-scoured fields of basalt and cinder, the summit shrines lie scattered in modest yet unmistakable forms, their low stone rings, cairns and linear alignments arranged across the high plateau in patterns that seem almost accidental at first glance, only gradually revealing the quiet deliberation behind their placement as one walks among them and begins to sense the mountain's long role as a focal point in the cultural geography of the region. Rising more than 11,000 feet above the surrounding plains, Mount Taylor commands panoramic views that stretch for hundreds of miles, encompassing the distant Chacoan heartland to the northwest, the volcanic fields of the Jemez Mountains to the north, and the arid plateaus of western New Mexico fading into haze, a horizon so broad that the summit appears not merely elevated but central, a point from which the landscape gathers in every direction. The shrines themselves vary in form, some simple stone circles, others low cairns of stacked basalt cobbles, and still others elongated or horseshoe-shaped outlines that may once have framed offerings or marked specific horizon lines. But most are small and unobtrusive, suggesting individual or small group activities rather than large communal gatherings. Ethnographic accounts from several Pueblo communities refer to the mountain, known in Querés as Tzudziu, as a place of spiritual significance, one of the 4 sacred peaks that orient the world, though these oral traditions, while deeply meaningful, do not directly identify the origins or specific use of each archaeological feature scattered across the summit. Archaeological surveys confirm that many of the shrines predate European arrival, yet the lack of associated artifacts, hearths, or diagnostic ceramics makes precise dating difficult, leaving only the weathering of the stones and the context of regional cultural patterns to suggest their antiquity. The basalt surfaces, darkened by lichen and pitted by freeze-thaw cycles, show minimal disturbance around the shrines, reinforcing the idea that they functioned primarily as ritual stations rather than habitation sites. Some alignments appear to interact with distant landmarks. A few cairns frame views toward the Chusca Mountains, others toward volcanic necks rising sharply from the plains, and one linear arrangement points loosely toward Mount Taylor's own eroded outer slopes, though whether these sightlines carried cosmological or territorial significance remains uncertain. The summit's ecology adds to the interpretive challenge. Its harsh climate, frequent lightning, fierce winds and long winters limits organic preservation, and the scarcity of soil means that any small offerings of plant material or painted wood would have vanished quickly, leaving the shrines as stone-only signatures of activities that may have been richer and more varied in practice. The mountain's geology also complicates interpretation. Its summit is littered with naturally broken basalt fragments, and distinguishing intentional construction from natural rock, scatter requires careful attention to patterns of selection, placement, and orientation. Yet in many shrines, the stones are notably smaller and more uniform than the surrounding debris field, arranged in circles or arcs, whose symmetry suggests human agency, even when the forms appear modest. Some researchers propose that the summit may have served as a pilgrimage destination, with individuals ascending the mountain to leave small markers, offerings, or prayers aligned with personal or communal traditions, but the archaeological evidence remains light enough that such interpretations, while plausible, cannot be confirmed. Others consider the possibility that the shrines mark specific points connected to agricultural or seasonal cycles, using the mountain's high elevation as a vantage for observing changes in light, weather, or distant fields, though the lack of precise astronomical features, such as sighting frames or carved markers, moderates such claims. A few shrines cluster near natural breaks in the summit plateau, where views open toward particular horizon notches, and these placements raise the question of whether certain locations were chosen for the way sunrise or sunset interacted with the landscape at specific times of year. Yet none of the alignments are exact enough to assert formal observatory use. The absence of ceramics, lithics, or distinctive artifacts across most of the summit suggests brief, episodic visitation rather than sustained presence, consistent with practices in which the mountain itself held primary significance and the shrines served as touch points rather than destinations. Still, contradictions remain. Some shrines appear heavily weathered, implying great age, while others show sharper edges and more recent stone placement, suggesting that use may have continued or been renewed across centuries, leaving a palimpsest of intentions difficult to separate into distinct phases. The spread of shrines, from simple circles near the summit's edge to more elongated forms set around minor promontories, indicates a network of places rather than a single focal point. But whether this network reflects coordinated cultural practices or individual acts accumulated over time remains unresolved. In the early morning, when low clouds drift close to the summit, the shrines seem almost embedded in the fog, their stones glistening with condensation, and in such moments it becomes easier to imagine how the mountain's shifting weather patterns may have shaped experiences here, making visibility, sound, and light part of the ritual context, even if the stones alone do not record those sensory dimensions. Geological observations note that the summit plateau has remained relatively stable over millennia, with only minor erosion affecting the surface, meaning that many shrines may sit nearly where they were originally placed, lending weight to their subtle but persistent presence. Yet the mountain's cultural importance has shifted across time, and the possibility that different groups may have used the summit in different ways introduces further complexity. Some may have seen the shrines as territorial markers, others as ceremonial stations, and still others as personal offerings, and the overlapping traces of these uses form a quiet tapestry that resists single explanations. What endures most clearly is the relationship between the shrines and the mountain itself. The forms are small, the stones ordinary, yet their placement across the exposed plateau creates a pattern of purposeful presence on a summit where nothing accidental lasts long. And as new surveys map the features with increasing precision, each cairn and ring becomes part of a larger understanding, not of a single ritual system, but of many layered interactions with a peak that has drawn attention for centuries, leaving behind structures that hold their meanings lightly, shaped by human intention, but defined equally by the vastness of the surrounding sky. South Mountain. Along the long, undulating crest of South Mountain, overlooking the Salt River Valley in central Arizona, where desert heat wavers upward from granite outcrops and the ridgelines tilt toward a horizon softened by distance, the ancient ridge structures appear as low, stone outlines that blend almost seamlessly with the surrounding bedrock, their modest forms revealing themselves only when the shifting light isolates each wall from the natural scatter around it, suggesting a landscape shaped through quiet, persistent human presence rather than monumental construction. These structures, primarily low masonry enclosures, elongated walls, and occasional room-like rectangles built from locally sourced metamorphic stone, occupy vantage points that command sweeping views of the valley below, including distant agricultural fields that once lined the Salt and Gila rivers, and their placement echoes patterns found among Hohokam hilltop sites dating back nearly a millennium. Archaeological surveys show that some of these formations likely served as seasonal lookout points or temporary shelters, while others may have functioned as activity areas related to hunting, gathering, or ritual observance, but the sparse material record, few artifacts, limited midden deposits, and minimal evidence of long-term habitation keeps the interpretations tentative. Many of the enclosures share a consistent orientation toward gaps in the surrounding hills, and some align loosely with points where the sun rises or sets at particular times of year, though the irregularity of the walls and the variability of their angles make it difficult to assert astronomical purpose with certainty. The stonework itself is modest. Small slabs gathered from the surrounding slopes, stacked without mortar, forming walls that rarely rise above knee-height today, but may once have stood higher before centuries of weathering and intermittent disturbance. The geology of South Mountain, an eroded metamorphic core complex, produces fractured stone that breaks naturally into slab-like pieces, making it challenging to distinguish intentional placement from natural patterns unless the stones appear in clustered or linear formations that stand apart from the broader debris field. Yet, within many of the ridge structures, the stones show a consistency in size and placement that suggests human agency, their alignment forming arcs or rectangles that deviate subtly but unmistakably from the unpredictable scatter of natural talus. Some researchers have proposed that these structures formed part of a broader network of elevated stations used by Hohokam communities to monitor weather, seasonal changes, or the movement of people across the valley floor, though direct evidence of signaling or systematic observation is limited. Others suggest that the ridge-top settings may have held ceremonial significance, providing places where individuals or small groups could engage with the expansive desert landscape in ways that complemented activities occurring in the larger platform mounds and canal-fed settlements below. The distribution of the structures, often appearing in clusters separated by long stretches of bare ridge, adds to the complexity, hinting at patterns of movement or usage that do not resolve easily into a single interpretive framework. Some clusters appear associated with minor saddles or slopes, where trails naturally ascend the mountain, suggesting nodes in a broader network of footpaths, while others sit on high points that offer views toward distant landmarks, including the Sierra Estrella and the White Tank Mountains. Archaeological testing has revealed occasional flakes of stone tools, fragments of pottery from the Hohokam Classic period, and small concentrations of charcoal. But these materials are sparse, reinforcing the idea that use was intermittent and task-specific rather than permanent. The absence of storage pits, hearth complexes, or substantial midden deposits further supports this view, though it also limits opportunities for direct dating, leaving the chronology of the ridge structures broad and somewhat indistinct. Environmental factors complicate matters. The exposed ridgelines experience extreme temperatures, intense summer monsoon runoff, and winter winds that can dislodge stones and erode shallow soils, contributing to the gradual degradation of the walls and making it difficult to determine their original height or configuration. Some walls curve subtly to follow the natural contours of the ridge, while others cut across slopes at deliberate angles, possibly indicating roles in directing movement, marking space, or framing views, though these roles remain speculative. A few enclosures appear positioned to overlook specific drainages where desert bighorn, sheep, or mule deer once travelled, raising the possibility that some structures supported hunting activities. But again, the archaeological evidence is minimal and does not allow firm conclusions. Ethnographic parallels among O'odham and other regional groups highlight the cultural significance of mountains as places of power, perspective, and connection, though these later traditions cannot be directly tied to the earlier Hohokam structures with confidence. Still, the ridge-top locations, relative seclusion, and broad views invite consideration of symbolic or ritual dimensions that may have complemented practical uses. Contradictions arise in the variability of form. Some structures are small and compact, others elongated and open-ended, and still others little more than arcs of stone, making it challenging to categorize them within a single architectural or functional type. The distribution patterns also complicate interpretation, as some ridges contain dozens of features, while others of similar prominence remain nearly bare, suggesting differences in local use or shifting cultural priorities across time. Modern mapping efforts using aerial imaging and ground-based surveys continue to document new features, expanding the known extent of ridge structures, but also underscoring the difficulty of distinguishing ancient alignments from more recent modifications, including historic mining activity or modern trail construction. What remains consistent is the impression that the structures form part of a broader landscape adaptation, one in which elevated positions provided vantage, orientation, and meaning within a desert world organized around cycles of water, light, and social interaction. Yet, for all the suggestive patterns, the evidence remains fragmentary, shaped by the limits of preservation and the muted signatures of brief, periodic use. In this interplay between clarity and ambiguity, the South Mountain Ridge structures endure as subtle records of human presence on high ground, their low walls and faint alignments interacting with the surrounding desert in ways that resist simple explanation. And as the mountain continues to erode under sun and wind, the structures retain their quiet resilience, offering a reminder that even the most modest stones, when placed with intention, can hold a long and thoughtful relationship with the landscapes they inhabit, leaving behind traces that invite interpretation but never fully surrender their story. Sleeping Ute Mountain. Across the sprawling massif of Sleeping Ute Mountain in southwestern Colorado, where the silhouette of the range settles into the unmistakable form of a reclining figure, the summit shrines and high ridge enclosures lie dispersed among weathered sandstone ledges and juniper-studded slopes. Their modest stone rings, cairns, and isolated alignments situated in places where the wind gathers and the horizon opens into long, unbroken distances that stretch toward the Four Corners region. The mountain's topography, steep volcanic intrusions, narrow ridgelines, and broad, flattened knolls, creates a sequence of elevated platforms that feel both sheltered and exposed, and the shrines appear in patterns that seem at first incidental, only slowly resolving into distributions that hint at intention shaped by spiritual or ceremonial engagement rather than daily habitation. Archaeological surveys, limited by the mountain's rugged terrain and the sparse material record, document a range of small features, circular stone outlines, no more than a few meters across, solitary cairns built from local sandstone or igneous cobbles, and occasional linear arrangements that follow natural contours before diverging slightly from them, introducing questions about the choices behind their placement. Most lack datable artifacts or associated domestic debris, suggesting episodic visitation rather than long-term occupation. And the mountain's significance in Ute oral traditions, while profound, does not directly identify the origins or specific uses of these particular archaeological traces, leaving a space where cultural memory and material evidence overlap only lightly. The geology of Sleeping Ute Mountain, composed of laccolithic intrusions uplifted millions of years ago, provides abundant loose stone, making it necessary to distinguish intentional construction from natural rock scatter by examining patterns of selection, shape, and alignment. And in many cases, the shrines exhibit a consistency of form that diverges subtly from natural accumulation. Some sit precisely on ridge crests overlooking drainage basins, where seasonal flows once supported patches of vegetation, while others occupy small terraces just below summits, their positions suggesting a desire for seclusion with partial views rather than sweeping panoramas. A few cairns appear aligned toward prominent landmarks: Hesperus Mountain to the east, Ship Rock rising sharply from the desert to the southwest, or Mesa Verde's escarpment to the north. But the alignments remain loose rather than exact, implying symbolic orientation rather than precise astronomical sighting. The mountain's prominence across the region would have made it a natural point of reference for multiple communities, and the shrines may represent a layered history of engagement by different groups across centuries, though the lack of diagnostic materials prevents tying specific features to distinct cultural phases with confidence. Some archaeologists propose that these high-elevation features could have served as stations associated with vision-seeking or personal reflection, practices known from various indigenous traditions across the broader region. Yet the evidence remains circumstantial, shaped by location rather than artifacts. Others consider the possibility that certain shrine clusters may have functioned as territorial markers or boundary indicators, placed at passes or junctions where traditional trails cross the mountain's flanks. However, the placement of many features on less accessible ridges complicates this view, suggesting that practical considerations were not the only factors guiding their construction. Environmental conditions further challenge interpretation. The mountain endures strong winds, rapid temperature shifts, and frequent freeze-thaw cycles, all of which contribute to stone displacement over time, making it difficult to determine the original height or arrangement of many shrines. Some enclosures appear partially collapsed, their stones scattered downslope, while others remain remarkably intact, their low rings maintaining a coherence that implies careful placement initially and minimal disturbance afterward. The scarcity of organic remains on these exposed ridges prevents radiocarbon dating, and even lichenometric approaches face limitations due to variability in growth rates across the mountain's microclimates. Still, subtle clues emerge. A few shrines show interior leveling, as if the ground was intentionally smoothed, while others contain slightly larger stones at cardinal points or along their openings, features that may indicate directional emphasis or ritual organization. The relationship between the shrines and the mountain's distinctive profile adds another layer to the puzzle. Sleeping Ute Mountain, seen from the surrounding valleys, forms a reclining human figure with identifiable head, arms, torso, and legs, a form that has played a role in oral traditions across the region. Whether ancient builders constructed shrines with reference to these features, or whether the mountain's anthropomorphic shape later informed interpretations of older structures, remains an open question. Some shrines cluster near the heart and forehead areas of the silhouette when viewed from the east, but the rugged terrain offers logistical explanations as well, with flat summit areas naturally attracting human presence regardless of symbolic associations. Trails leading to the shrines are faint or entirely absent today, though erosion and vegetation shifts may have obscured earlier paths. The absence of well-worn routes reinforces the idea of small-scale visitation rather than frequent pilgrimage. Yet, contradictions persist. While most shrines appear isolated and individual, a few occur in small groups of 3 or more within short distances, suggesting coordinated use or sequential construction, though the lack of consistent spacing or form in these clusters complicates interpretation. Occasional finds, fragments of stone tools, a few scattered potsherds, or small concentrations of charcoal appear near some features, providing tantalizing but inconclusive evidence of activity that might include offerings, short-term campfires, or tool sharpening, but their sporadic distribution prevents defining a clear pattern. Geological vantage points add still more dimensions. From certain shrines, the sunrise aligns with distant mesas during key seasonal shifts, while from others, the sunset falls behind angular ridgelines in ways that create fleeting moments of illumination across the stone rings. Yet these effects are subtle and not universal across the mountain, leaving open the question of whether they were observed intentionally or are products of the landscape's natural interactions with light. Modern surveys continue to map the shrines with increasing precision, documenting their forms, positions, and relationships to topographic features. But the cumulative record, while rich in spatial detail, remains light on cultural context. What emerges instead is a landscape of recurring yet varied expressions: small stone rings, cairns of differing size, occasional linear alignments, each modest on its own, but collectively suggesting a long-term pattern of interaction with a mountain that has held meaning across generations. And in this interplay of architectural subtlety, environmental change, and cultural continuity, the sleeping Ute Mountain shrines remain anchored to the ridgelines and summit flats, carrying a quiet weight that endures not through monumental presence, but through the persistence of intention expressed in stone, leaving a record that is neither explicit nor silent, poised at the threshold where evidence gestures toward meaning without fully revealing the practices that once shaped it. Cedar Mesa Ridge. Across the rugged expanse of Cedar Mesa in southeastern Utah, where deep sandstone canyons divide broad, juniper-dotted uplands into a patchwork of plateaus and narrow ridgelines, the ridge shrines appear in modest but deliberate forms: small stone circles, low cairns, and carefully arranged alignments perched along the broken edges of cliffs and promontories, often in places where the land falls sharply away into the serpentine shadows of Grand Gulch, or the wider tributaries that feed the San Juan River. Their construction, subtle enough to blend into the mesa's sandstone debris, yet distinct in the regularity of their shapes, suggests a long sequence of human engagements shaped by the rhythms of movement, observation, and ceremony rather than by habitation. For the ridges hold few artifacts beyond the occasional flake or potsherd, left by travelers who pass through these high points without lingering long. Cedar Mesa's geology, perched atop layers of ancient sand dunes hardened into cross-bedded cliffs, creates vantage points where sightlines extend for tens of miles, and many shrines appear positioned where these views open dramatically toward the Bear's Ears, the Abajo Mountains, Comb Ridge, or Monument Valley, though the exact purpose of these orientations remains uncertain. Some shrines sit just inches from sheer drop-offs, their stones arranged in careful arcs, as if framing the void below, while others cluster near natural breaks in the plateau, where narrow ridges funnel movement across the mesa, hinting at roles that may have combined wayfinding, ritual practice, or personal reflection. Archaeological surveys, though extensive in the canyons below, have only lightly sampled the mesa top, leaving many features recorded but not excavated, their dates inferred primarily through context rather than direct evidence. The scarcity of ceramics at most shrine sites suggests periodic use rather than continuous occupation, possibly spanning multiple cultural phases from basket maker times through later Pueblo periods, though without diagnostic materials, the temporal boundaries remain blurred. Some stone circles appear weathered and partially collapsed, their outer edges softened by centuries of wind-driven sand, while others are sharper and more intact, raising the possibility of repeated or renewed use across generations. A few shrines contain interior leveling or slightly raised central points made of smaller stones, features that have prompted comparisons to mesa top offering stations elsewhere in the region. Though without organic remains or preserved offerings, such interpretations remain suggestive rather than demonstrable. The mesa's cultural landscape adds another layer of complexity. Just below many ridge shrines lie alcoves containing cliff dwellings, granaries, and rock art panels, forming a vertical sequence of habitation, storage, and symbolic expression that may have connected the high places with daily life in ways no longer fully recoverable. Some researchers propose that the ridge shrines served as lookout points tied to agricultural cycles, where individuals could observe incoming weather systems, assess water availability in the canyons, or monitor seasonal transitions by watching sunrises and sunsets across distinctive horizon notches. However, the irregularity of shrine alignments limits the certainty of such interpretations. Others suggest that the shrines may have been stages in longer ritual circuits, with participants ascending from canyon dwellings to ridge-top locations for specific ceremonies, though the sparse material record makes it difficult to anchor this idea in archaeological data. Ethnographic perspectives from descendant communities emphasize the significance of high places and the enduring presence of offerings left at ridgeline locations. Yet these accounts, while valuable, cannot be mapped directly onto the ancient features without overextending the evidence. Geological processes further complicate matters. The ridges experience strong winds, monsoon storms, and winter freeze-thaw cycles that gradually shift stones downslope and erode shallow soils, making it challenging to determine the original height or completeness of many shrines. Some cairns appear to have slumped, their top layers missing, while others remain tightly stacked, suggesting that preservation varies depending on exposure and underlying bedrock. One of the more intriguing observations is that several shrines align loosely with long-established travel corridors that cross Cedar Mesa, particularly routes connecting water sources and canyon entrances, implying that the shrines may have served as markers of transition or points of pause along these ancient paths. Yet other shrines stand apart from any obvious route, situated instead on isolated ridges that require deliberate deviation to reach, suggesting purposes oriented more toward contemplation or ceremony than navigation. The interplay of accessibility and seclusion across the shrine locations resists simple categorization. Some appear integrated into the landscape's natural flow, while others seem intentionally removed from it. Occasional finds, a fragment of a projectile point, a small scatter of lithics, or a lone potsherd, provide hints of activity, but not enough to define consistent patterns. Even lichen growth, sometimes used to estimate relative age, varies widely due to microclimatic differences across the mesa, limiting its usefulness as a chronological tool. Modern mapping techniques, including high-resolution aerial imagery and GPS surveys, have begun to reveal the full extent of shrine distribution, showing that many ridges once thought empty contain subtle features whose stones blend so closely with the surrounding landscape that only careful ground inspection makes them visible. This growing inventory suggests that the practice of constructing ridge-top shrines may have been more widespread than previously recognized, contributing to a broader understanding of Cedar Mesa as a layered cultural landscape where living spaces, storage sites, agricultural fields, travel routes and ceremonial points coexisted across vertical and horizontal dimensions. Yet, for all this expanding detail, the essential questions remain open. Whether the shrines served primarily personal, communal, symbolic or observational roles, whether their orientations carried specific meaning or emerged from local landscape familiarity, and whether their distribution reflects a coherent tradition or a mosaic of practices spanning centuries. In this mixture of evidence and silence, the ridge shrines of Cedar Mesa continue to hold their place along the sandstone edges, shaped by human intention, yet softened by wind and time, offering glimpses of how ancient peoples engaged with the high country, but withholding any definitive narrative, allowing their stones to remain part of the mesa's ongoing dialogue between landscape, memory, and the enduring presence of subtle human traces. Centuries before Spain wrote its first words, someone carved tombs aligned with hidden mountains, raised impossible stone chambers, fortified hilltops no army should have reached, and cut entire dwellings straight into vertical cliffs. Yet mainstream archaeology still can't explain why these structures appear where no ancient population was supposed to live, or how cultures long vanished engineered stones they shouldn't have been able to move. Across the country, the same eerie patterns repeat. Impossible precision, unnatural alignments and settlements built in places that defy survival. So who chose these sites, and for what purpose? What knowledge guided their construction? And if these megaliths were never meant for the living, then what exactly were they meant to protect? Dolmen Deminga. Beneath the shifting Andalusian light, the Dolmen Deminga settles into the earth with a patience that seems older than the limestone blocks that frame its long passage. A structure whose sheer mass and quiet intention have drawn centuries of study without quite yielding the motivations behind its placement. For while its form echoes other Neolithic monuments across Europe, its axis refuses the expected solar alignments and instead stretches directly toward the distant limestone face of Peña de los Enamorados, where a small, scarcely visible cave, La Cueva de Matacabras, holds faint schematic rock art that predates the dolmen itself, creating a line of sight so improbable in scale and precision that it invites slow reflection on how communities 5.5 millennia ago might have observed and interpreted the rugged horizon. And as one walks along the chamber's interior, the stones, some weighing over 100 tons, show subtle tool marks and bedding plane fractures that reveal practical quarrying knowledge, while their arrangement in trilithons and capstones displays a calculated sense of stress distribution rather than brute stacking, suggesting groups of builders who understood the malleability of the karstic landscape surrounding Antequera, its natural fissures, its shallow soil, and the underlying topography that could either support or collapse under such weight. Yet the monument's interior thickens the atmosphere with a different sort of deliberation, especially in the 5 great capstans, whose inclining profile gives the space a gradual downward pressure, a spatial narrowing that seems to draw the visitor toward the deep end where a vertical well, unexpected in a funerary monument, descends almost 20 meters to the groundwater table, raising apparent contradictions about its purpose, since most European passage tombs emphasize solar cycles or ancestral visibility rather than subterranean access, and so the well remains one of the site's most questioned features, hovering between practical resource, symbolic threshold, and geological accident incorporated into the final plan. And outside, the mound that once fully covered the dolmen has eroded into a soft outline, but soil studies reveal layers of compacted sediment, indicating careful shaping rather than casual accumulation, with pollen traces hinting at a surrounding landscape more lightly wooded in the Neolithic than today. A mosaic of open ground, shrubs, and riparian pockets, the kind of setting where the approach to the monument would have been wide and unobstructed, the mountain always visible, the cave always present as a fixed point on the skyline. A place perhaps already known through oral traditions long before the dolmen was conceived, though archaeological evidence offers only fragmentary clues that the cave had symbolic weight, its abstract red motifs, positioned in ways that some researchers think may echo the orientation of bodies or pathways, while others caution that the designs are too sparse for clear interpretation. Still, the alignment remains deliberate enough that debates continue over whether the builders sought a connection with the cave's art, its elevation, or the mountain's silhouette itself, whose reclining profile resembles a human figure. A coincidence that may or may not have mattered to Neolithic communities, whose cosmologies remain largely inaccessible to modern inference. Yet the dolmen's architectural choices appear to amplify this line of sight, for the entrance corridor opens wide, lacking the constricted threshold, common to other Iberian megaliths, allowing daylight to spill deep into the chamber, illuminating the careful joints between stones, the red pigments once applied to the surfaces, now faint but detectable, and the subtle settling of the structure over millennia. Each shift recorded in microfractures that engineers study to understand how such a massive construction has endured in a zone prone to both seismic tremors and sloping erosion. And as each piece of evidence accumulates, new uncertainties arise, such as whether the monument served a single generation or multiple phases, whether its burial function was primary or secondary, and why, unlike its sibling sites within the Antequera complex, Menga emphasizes terrestrial alignment over celestial geometry, standing as one element of a broader prehistoric landscape, where choices were clearly not unified, but instead tailored to the particular character of each place. And it is here, in this tension between shared tradition and local adaptation, that Menga continues to invite speculation grounded not in dramatic claims, but in the quiet puzzles of its craftsmanship. The quarry distances manageable yet demanding, the transport methods unrecorded but plausible. Through sledges and coordinated labour, the knowledge of bedrock stability inferred through the dolmen's continued survival, and the decision to orient toward a modest cave rather than the rising sun. A decision that leaves open the possibility that the builders observed something in the terrain now invisible to us. Perhaps a ritual memory, perhaps a practical landmark, perhaps simply a relationship between people and land that cannot be neatly reduced to a single interpretation, leaving the dolmen in a state of unresolved dialogue with the mountain beyond, one structure anchored in stone, the other carved by deep time, both holding their secrets without urgency, as though the alignment between them remains meaningful even if its meaning has slipped quietly out of reach. Dolmen El Romeal. Within the rolling fields just outside Antequera, the Dolmen El Romeal seems at first to retreat into its earthen mound, a modest opening set low to the ground. Yet as one steps into the sloping corridor of meticulously laid dry stone walls, the monument reveals an arrangement unlike its neighbours, favouring corbelled beehive chambers over the vast orthostats that define Menga, a contrast that speaks to a community drawing on different architectural traditions, despite living within the same Neolithic landscape. And the long passage, carefully angled and slightly curving, gives the sensation of being guided inward by incremental turns in stone coursework, each layer leaning fractionally toward its opposite, until the ceiling closes in a dome that still holds its shape after nearly 5 millennia. Its stability derived not from single monoliths, but from hundreds of stacked wedge-like blocks that distribute pressure laterally into the surrounding earth. And at the corridor's end, the corbelled chamber rises with surprising refinement, a spatial geometry that archaeologists note resembles Mediterranean tholos structures more than the megalithic traditions typical of Atlantic Europe, hinting at cultural contacts or evolving local practices rather than direct importation, especially since the materials, soft limestone from nearby outcrops, bear chisel traces, consistent with tools used elsewhere in the Antequera region, suggesting the builders adapted familiar resources to a style not commonly practiced in Iberia at the time, though the reasons for this choice remain quietly unsettled. And from this main chamber, a short, slightly offset passage leads to a smaller corbelled room, forming a nested sequence that complicates interpretations of function. For while the monument aligns roughly toward the peak of El Torcal rather than a solar event, the shift in orientation between chambers, combined with the deliberate narrowing of the inner space, raises cautious questions about movement, procession, or staged ritual action, yet the evidence remains fragmentary, consisting mostly of pottery shards, scattered bone, and soil residues that do not permit confident reconstruction of its original use. And the interior surfaces, though largely unadorned, carry subtle colour differences. Reddish patches where mineral-rich runoff once seeped, pale streaks where water evaporated over centuries, creating a record not of human decoration, but of the monument's long environmental life, during which its mound has settled and shifted, pressing at the corbelled walls but never collapsing them. A testament to the builder's understanding of how earth could serve as both weight and support, stabilizing the chamber through compression rather than threatening it with uncontrolled pressure. And outside, the mound's profile softens into the farmland, its shape more subdued than that of Menga. Yet, geophysical surveys show a carefully structured core beneath the soil, indicating that the builders shaped the mound intentionally rather than letting it accumulate, and that its mass plays a decisive role in the monument's endurance, anchoring the corbelled chambers in a compacted matrix of sediment and rubble that absorbs seismic motion, something particularly relevant in a region where limestone formations bear evidence of ancient tectonic activity. And compared with Menga's direct orientation toward the cave on Peña de los Enamorados, El Romeral's alignment feels more enigmatic, pointing neither toward a significant cavity nor a clear astronomical target, but toward a landscape of elevated ridges and fertile plains that may have held meaning now obscured by time. A meaning perhaps tied to seasonal grazing routes, territorial markers, or visual relationships with outcrops that no longer resemble their prehistoric profiles due to erosion. And while none of these possibilities can be confirmed, they reflect the manner in which the monument's design seems more attuned to its immediate surroundings than to distant landmarks. And this attentiveness extends to the corridor's slight slope, a feature that appears to compensate for natural ground gradients rather than intentionally elevate or descend ritual experience, though the effect remains perceptible even today, giving the passage a slow, measured gravity as the visitor approaches the first chamber, a gravity heightened by the tightness of the space and the low light conditions that shift subtly as one moves deeper inside. And as archaeologists attempt to trace the monument's construction phases, small discrepancies in masonry technique, differences in block size, jointing precision, and corbelling angle suggest additional work or adjustments over time, perhaps responding to structural needs or changing ritual preferences, though again, the material record allows only restrained inference, and the monument resists firm timelines beyond its broad placement in the late Neolithic to early Copper Age. Yet the persistence of its interior geometry invites ongoing reflection. For the chambers, though formed from modest stones rather than towering megaliths, create a sense of enclosure that feels neither purely funerary nor exclusively ceremonial, a spatial ambiguity common across Iberian prehistory, where monuments often blend roles that modern typology tries to separate. And in El Romeal, this blend is heightened by the twin-chamber layout that seems deliberately sequenced but not easily explained. And the monument's relationship to Menga and Viera, the other major dolmens of Antequera, deepens the puzzle, as all three form a complex within a few kilometers, yet diverge or converge in ways that raise questions about shared intent, lineage, and adaptation, leaving El Romeral as the structure that both belongs to and stands apart from its companions, a place where the builder's choices appear neither accidental nor fully interpretable, and where the beehive chambers hold their silence in smooth, inward curving walls, creating a final impression of a monument anchored firmly in its landscape, yet suspended in interpretive uncertainty. Its corbelled vault, whispering of skills well understood, but purposes only partially glimpsed, as though the structure were designed to endure precisely in this twilight, between what can be measured and what remains quietly beyond reach. Segobriga. Across the high plains of central Castile, where the landscape stretches in muted tones of wheat, gypsum, and scattered limestone, the ruins of Segobriga rise from a low hill with a clarity that contrasts sharply with the fading edges of older Iberian settlements. For here, the Roman imprint remains distinctly legible in the stone curves of a theatre, the sweeping outline of an amphitheatre, and the grid-like logic of streets that still follow the contours of a planned provincial centre. Yet even with this apparent coherence, the city unfolds in layers that reveal a slower, more gradual process of urbanisation than its monumental facades might suggest. Beginning as a modest pre-Roman oppidum, whose strategic position near mineral deposits and transit routes gradually drew Roman attention and investment. And as one passes through the partially reconstructed gate, the remains of colonnades and the forum's foundations indicate a civic arrangement attuned to both administration and ritual. The paving stones worn by centuries of use, but still aligned in a pattern that reflects a city adjusting itself to imperial expectations, with baths, basilicas, and markets built and rebuilt across the first centuries of occupation. Each phase leaving behind mortar textures, drainage channels, and construction joints that archaeologists read as quietly as texts. And the theatre, carved into the hillside rather than constructed freestanding, reveals not only an aesthetic adaptation to local topography, but also an economy shaped by practicality. Its cavea, supported by a mixture of cut stone and earthen embankment, creating a structure that balances the grandeur of Roman entertainment with the feasible resources of a provincial community, while the amphitheatre nearby, more independent in its footprint, presents seating tiers that still curve in near-complete arcs despite later quarrying and erosion. The arena floor, revealing traces of drainage systems and stone anchors whose precise functions remain debated, possibly tied to awnings or temporary wooden structures now long vanished. And beneath these public buildings lie older occupation layers with ceramics, carbonized seeds, and domestic refuse that suggest a blending of cultural practices. For even as Roman architectural forms reshaped the landscape, local Iberian habits persisted in household arrangements and pottery styles, creating an interplay of identities that does not fully conform to the tidy narratives of Romanization, instead suggesting a population negotiating change while retaining certain familiar customs. And throughout the city, the presence of industrial zones adds another dimension to its history, with evidence of glass production, metalworking, and textile dyeing found in workshop remains that cluster near water channels and outflow points. The residues of pigments and furnace linings, illuminating an economy not solely dependent on agriculture, but integrated into wider regional exchange systems. While the nearby gypsum quarries, visible from the city's vantage, hint at a landscape shaped not only by settlement, but also by resource extraction, their cut faces offering geological clues to the materials used in Segobriga's mortar and plaster. And at the necropolis beyond the city walls, tombs ranging from simple inhumations to more elaborate stone constructions illustrate social variation across centuries, with funerary inscriptions providing some of the clearest textual evidence for the lives of individuals who inhabited the settlement. Though the number of preserved inscriptions is small enough that broader conclusions must remain cautious, relying instead on burial goods, grave orientations, and stratigraphic relationships to trace changes in belief and practice over time. And the aqueduct, now reduced to scattered pillars and channel fragments, underscores the engineering challenges of supplying water to a hilltop city in an arid region. The remaining sections showing subtle adjustments in level that reveal not only careful surveying, but also later modifications, perhaps prompted by shifting population needs or climatic variations reflected in sediment buildup and calcite deposits within the conduit. And as the city declined in late antiquity, the steady contraction of occupied space becomes visible in the abandonment of peripheral structures and the repurposing of public buildings, where floors were raised, walls subdivided, and open spaces filled with informal constructions that speak to a community adjusting to altered political and economic circumstances. A transformation that did not occur abruptly, but through a gradual process recorded in the slow accumulation of debris, the mixing of ceramic types and the fading of monumental maintenance. And by the early medieval period, Much of Segobriga had fallen into disuse, yet its durable stonework remained a landmark across the plateau, attracting later quarrying that removed valuable blocks while leaving partial silhouettes of once imposing structures. The resulting landscape becoming both an archaeological challenge and a testament to the long afterlife of Roman materials in the surrounding region. And today, as researchers continue to refine the city's chronology through microstratigraphic analysis, soil chemistry, and architectural study, Segobriga stands not as a pristine Roman city frozen in time, but as a record of adaptation, continuity, and gradual transformation. A place where each foundational trench or collapsed arch adds another measured detail to a narrative that avoids dramatic reversals and instead traces the quiet resilience of an inland community shaped by empire, landscape, and the practicalities of daily life. Leaving the ruins suspended in that space between clarity and incompleteness, where the outlines of streets remain visible, yet the fullness of lives lived within them can only be approached through the steady, careful accumulation of evidence that hints at much but resolves only some of what once animated this plateau. Numantia, high on a windswept ridge above the upper Duero, where the plateau breaks into a sequence of rolling elevations and dry ravines, the remains of Numantia hold to their defensive perch with a restraint that belies the dramatic episodes later attached to the site. For while the Roman accounts emphasize siege and resistance, the archaeological layers reveal a longer, steadier story of occupation by Celtiberian communities, whose stone foundations, storage pits, and domestic hearths record patterns of daily life shaped by the practical demands of altitude, climate, and shifting alliances, and walking through the low outlines of houses. Rectangular in later phases, more irregular in earlier ones, one sees how successive rebuilding adapted to both local needs and external pressures. Each construction phase leaving behind telltale differences in wall thickness, floor preparation, and the organization of interior spaces, with some dwellings showing evidence of careful planning, while others appear altered in response to structural stress or limited space on the ridge. And the town's street grid, particularly in its Roman period remodeling, follows a logic of narrow lanes that channel winds and provide controlled access between clusters of homes. The alignment of these streets reflecting a compromise between the steep, natural incline and the requirements of movement and drainage, as seen in the shallow channels carved into thresholds and the occasional remnants of paving where erosion has not carried them away. And beneath these surface structures, earlier levels preserve fragments of Celtiberian ceramics, iron tools, loom weights, and animal bones that indicate a mixed subsistence strategy combining agriculture, pastoralism, and trade. The presence of imported amphorae and fine ware suggesting sustained contact with Mediterranean networks long before the famed Roman conflicts, though the scale of this contact remains modest when compared to coastal settlements, leaving Numantia as a community both connected and distinctly inland, shaped as much by local traditions as by intermittent external influence. And as archaeologists examine the fortification lines encircling the ridge, they note variations that reflect changes in defensive strategy. Sections of stone wall strengthened with earthen embankments, towers added or modified in later phases, and gateways positioned carefully to exploit the natural topography. Yet the fortifications, though sturdy, are not monumental, their dimensions suggesting a community preparing for periodic threats rather than maintaining the massive permanent defences expected of a large military centre, a distinction that tempers the dramatic tone of classical sources while still acknowledging the settlement's strategic value. And across the site, small finds, spindle whorls, bronze fittings, shards of decorated pottery build a picture of a town with a cultural identity grounded in Celtiberian artistic motifs, yet adaptable, as seen in hybrid forms that incorporate Roman techniques or materials without fully abandoning local aesthetics. an interplay that becomes more pronounced in levels dating to the period of contact and conflict, where the presence of Roman-style hearths or metal objects mingles with traditional ornamentation, illustrating a transitional moment rather than a sudden cultural rupture. And outside the settlement's walls, the surrounding slopes reveal evidence of temporary encampments, agricultural terraces, and pathways leading to the river, features that indicate a landscape shaped not only by warfare, but by routine movement, cultivation, and seasonal shifts in resource use, though erosion and later agricultural activity have obscured many of these traces, leaving only subtle soil marks, scattered pottery, and faint depressions to indicate their former presence. And when excavators identify signs of destruction, carbonized beams, collapsed walls, layers of burned debris, they proceed cautiously, aware that fire layers can result from numerous causes beyond warfare, and in the case of Numantia, the archaeological record shows multiple occupation phases, some calm, some turbulent, with only a few securely linked to historically documented sieges, a reminder that the narrative of heroic last stands, while culturally resonant, represents only one moment in a settlement's much longer occupational life. And in the Roman siege, works that surround the site, traces of camps, ditches, ramparts, and observation points offer a different perspective on the landscape, one in which a perimeter of control once encircled the ridge, though these features too have softened into the terrain, their lines detectable mainly through aerial photography, soil contrasts, and targeted excavation making them part of a broader archaeological puzzle that pieces together military strategy from subtle, weathered evidence rather than dramatic remains. And through all of this, the environmental context plays a quiet but constant role. The ridge's elevation exposes it to strong seasonal winds, its soils thin and easily eroded, its proximity to the river providing water but also complicating movement during certain times of year, factors that shaped how the community built, farmed, and defended itself, and whose effects are preserved not only in architectural choices, but in the distribution of refuse deposits, animal bones, and botanical remains that reveal dietary patterns and shifting land use across centuries. And as researchers refine the chronology of Numantia through radiocarbon dates, ceramic typologies, and stratigraphic relationships, the settlement emerges not merely as a symbol of resistance, but as a place of continuity and adaptation, where families lived, crafted, traded, and rebuilt in response to slow-changing circumstances long before its final historically recorded conflict, a complexity that tempers the starkness of ancient literary accounts and replaces it with a textured image of a hilltop community whose resilience lay not only in defiance, but in the quiet perseverance of daily life. And in the end, the ruins rest in a landscape that still carries the wind patterns and seasonal shifts that shaped the town's history, their low walls and scattered artifacts offering a record that is neither triumphant nor tragic, but steady, fragmentary, and open-ended, inviting reflection not on grand narratives alone, but on the measured accumulation of evidence that reveals a settlement's long engagement with its terrain, its neighbours, and the pressures of an expanding world, leaving Numantia suspended between the clarity of archaeology and the interpretive shadows cast by ancient texts. A hill fort whose mystery endures less in dramatic absence than in the subtle, surviving traces of lives lived at the edge of empire, Castro culture. Across the mist-laden hills of Galicia and northern Portugal, where granite domes rise out of heather and oak scrub, the stone fortresses of the Castro culture settle into their promontories with an endurance that seems shaped as much by the landscape as by human design, their circular dwellings and terraced defences forming clustered enclosures that trace a long occupation from the late Bronze Age into the early Roman period. And walking among the concentric walls, one notices how each settlement adapts precisely to the contours of its hill, the ramparts following natural ridgelines, and the internal pathways bending with the slope, an architectural dialogue between people and terrain that reveals a practical grasp of drainage, wind exposure, and visibility rather than any attempt at geometric regularity. And in sites like Santa Tegra, San Cibrao de las, or Briteros, the remains of hundreds of round or oval houses, constructed from carefully fitted granite blocks and originally capped with thatched roofs, illustrate a preference for domestic spaces that distribute weight evenly and resist the Atlantic storms that sweep across these uplands, while the stone thresholds, storage pits, and occasional hints of interior benches hint at domestic routines shaped by weaving, metalworking, and food preparation, activities evidenced by loom weights, slag fragments, and carbonized grains found in stratified layers that allow archaeologists to track gradual changes in household organization. And the perimeter defenses, often comprising multiple walls, ditches, and embankments, display subtle differences across regions and periods, with some castros showing robust bastions and others adopting lighter fortifications that may reflect shifts in social stability, population density, or external pressures, though determining the exact motivations behind these variations remains challenging because many sites show long sequences of rebuilding, their stones reused, corners thickened, and entrances reconfigured in ways that compress centuries of adaptation into a single visible outline. And the gateways themselves offer clues to administrative or social control, their narrow-angled passages designed less for dramatic opposition than for managing movement, guiding visitors inward through controlled points that sometimes open onto small plazas or communal spaces, the latter identified through paved surfaces, hearth residues, and concentrations of domestic refuse that suggest zones of gathering rather than purely defensive nodes, though the nature of these gatherings, whether ritual, economic, or administrative, remains open to interpretation. And across many castros, decorative stonework appears in modest but meaningful forms, such as carved spirals, geometric motifs, or reliefs integrated into household facades, suggesting an aesthetic tradition that values pattern and continuity. And while these designs do not resolve questions of symbolic meaning, they provide glimpses of a cultural identity expressed not only through defensive architecture, but also through household ornamentation, a balance that hints at communities invested in both practicality and visual expression. And beneath the domestic layers, earlier phases reveal more rudimentary constructions, post holes, clay floors, and hearths that show how settlements expanded incrementally, sometimes beginning as small hilltop refuges before growing into substantial fortified villages, their growth patterns visible in the thickened walls and infill structures that archaeologists map to understand demographic and social change over time, though erosion and later reuse of materials often blur these sequences, leaving interpretive gaps that require cautious reconstruction. And at the same time, evidence of metalworking, iron slag, bronze droplets, molds, and tools indicates a skilled craft tradition that links the castros to regional trade networks, especially in tin and copper, materials central to Bronze Age production but still important in later periods. And isotopic analyses of certain artifacts suggest connections not only within Galicia and northern Portugal, but across broader Atlantic circuits, though the extent and regularity of such exchange remain debated due to the fragmentary nature of the evidence. And within some castros, particularly larger ones, archaeologists identify structures interpreted as potential workshops, storage facilities, or meeting spaces, yet these interpretations remain tentative, grounded in features such as unusual floor plans, concentrations of specialized debris, or proximity to communal pathways rather than definitive functional markers. A reminder that the daily rhythms of these communities must be inferred from material traces that rarely speak. Unambiguously, and with the arrival of Roman influence, certain castros undergo notable transformations. rectangular buildings appear alongside the traditional roundhouses. Tiled roofing replaces some thatch, and imported pottery, coins and metal goods enter the domestic assemblage, providing clear markers of contact without indicating abrupt cultural replacement. For the persistence of circular domestic architecture and local craft traditions suggests a gradual, negotiated transition rather than wholesale assimilation, a process reflected in hybrid building techniques where Roman-style masonry coexists with long-established construction forms. And beyond the fortified walls, the surrounding landscapes host agricultural terraces, field systems and pathways that reveal how Castro communities interacted with their broader environment. Though these features survive unevenly, often masked by later land use or eroded by centuries of rainfall, leaving only faint soil marks, scattered pottery, or alignment patterns detectable through aerial survey or targeted excavation. And these traces, while subtle, reinforce the idea of settlements integrated into their surroundings rather than isolated hilltop refugees. And throughout the region, the distribution of castros, some separated by only a few kilometers, raises ongoing questions about social organization, territoriality, and inter-settlement relationships, with some scholars suggesting networks of allied communities, and others proposing more fluid arrangements shaped by seasonal resource use. But the archaeological record provides insufficient evidence to resolve these models conclusively, instead reflecting a mosaic of settlement types whose diversity complicates attempts at broad generalization. And finally, as the granite walls weather under the Atlantic winds, the castros remain suspended between clarity and incompleteness, their rounded foundations and terraced defences offering grounded, tangible evidence of long-lived communities, while leaving motives, governance and belief systems only partially accessible, creating a landscape where mystery arises not from absence, but from the quiet persistence of material forms whose meanings have subtly shifted across millennia, inviting reflection on how these hilltop villages once balanced resilience, adaptation, and identity against a backdrop of changing horizons and the gradual encroachment of external power. Laroka del Moros. Across the sandstone cliffs of the lower Ebro Basin, where wind-sculpted overhangs form natural shelves above the river's shifting channels, the cliff dwellings known collectively as Laroka del Moros settle into the rock with an unobtrusive precision that makes them appear less built than revealed. Their shallow chambers, carved ledges, and occasional wall traces emerging from the pale stone in a way that blurs the boundary between natural cavity and human intervention. And as one approaches the site, the irregular apertures seem to echo the contour of the cliff itself, suggesting occupation strategies attuned not only to shelter, but to visibility, airflow, and the defensive advantages of elevation. And inside these modest enclosures, the surviving features, smoothed floors, shallow niches, faint traces of plaster, hint at domestic routines that archaeologists can only partially reconstruct, for the rooms lack the monumental framing of megalithic ritual sites and instead offer small, practical spaces shaped to the scale of individual households. Their functions inferred from scattered artifacts such as pottery fragments, grinding stones, and occasional storage pits cut into the bedrock, each providing quiet clues to subsistence practices centered on agriculture, foraging, and small-scale herding, practices typical of the broader Iberian interior during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age. And in some chambers, soot residues collect along ceiling hollows, indicating controlled fire use, while the distribution of ash layers suggests long-term occupation rather than brief refuge. Though the absence of large refuse deposits complicates efforts to trace duration or demographic patterns, leaving open the possibility that the site served as part of a seasonal or multi-settlement system in which communities rotated among different environmental niches depending on climate, harvest, or social circumstance. And the cliff's orientation, receiving morning sun but protected from prevailing winds, would have offered a degree of environmental buffering while its elevation above the valley floor provided vantage over movement along the river corridor, a feature that may have held strategic significance even if the site was not primarily defensive, for the surrounding region shows evidence of interconnected settlements, open-air villages, fortified hilltops and caves, each contributing fragments to a landscape that appears more diversified than the simplicity of the dwellings might suggest. And across the walls of certain chambers or adjacent overhangs, faint traces of prehistoric rock art linger in fragments of red or ochre pigment, their motifs abstract and difficult to interpret, yet their presence implies a cultural layering in which symbolic practices coexisted with domestic life, though whether these paintings directly relate to the inhabitants of the cliff dwellings or represent earlier activity later incorporated into their lived environment remains uncertain, a temporal overlap that underscores the region's long continuity of human presence. And erosion plays an equally significant role in shaping what remains, for the soft sandstone is prone to spalling and water carving, and many of the dwelling's original features likely collapsed or dissolved over centuries, leaving archaeologists to work with partial outlines whose edges have softened into the cliff face. And this natural degradation complicates attempts to distinguish intentional carving from geomorphic processes, especially in transitional features such as half-formed niches or ambiguous ledges that could represent either early construction phases or natural formations adapted by inhabitants. And studies of nearby soils and terrace remnants indicate that the communities who used these cliff spaces cultivated the valley floor and possibly maintained small irrigation features, though these agricultural traces are dispersed and often overlain by later activity, making it difficult to correlate specific terraces with specific phases of cliff occupation. And environmental data, charcoal, pollen, and faunal remains, suggests a mixed landscape of open woodland, riparian vegetation, and cultivated patches, a mosaic that would have offered varied resources, but also required ongoing adaptation to seasonal flooding and shifting river channels, factors that may have influenced decisions to reside above the reach of floodwaters. And ceramics found at the site, though fragmentary, display a range of forms associated with storage, cooking and transport, their typologies linking the cliff dwellers not to an isolated cultural group, but to broader networks of inland Iberian communities that shared technological traditions and exchange routes, a connection reinforced by the presence of grinding stones sourced from non-local lithologies, indicating some degree of movement or trade across the region. And while the dwellings themselves lack large-scale architectural elaboration, their organisation, clusters of chambers connected by narrow ledges or small exterior platforms, suggests a communal rhythm shaped by proximity and shared access to the cliff's limited horizontal surfaces, though the degree of social coordination required to inhabit such precarious spaces remains open to interpretation. And the absence of extensive defensive modifications implies that daily life was shaped more by environmental pragmatism than by constant threat. And in the broader context of Iberian prehistory, Laroka del Moros represents one variant among many settlement strategies, neither fully cave-based nor fully open-air, but occupying a middle ground defined by the interplay of geology, climate, and human adaptation, a place where modest domestic traces hold a long archaeological story in compressed form, and where the cliff surface, shaped by wind and water, has slowly absorbed many of the clues that might have offered clearer answers, leaving behind a subdued but persistent record of habitation, whose mystery arises not from missing grandeur, but from the quiet, partial survival of a community's daily imprint on the rock. A record that endures in subtle carvings, weathered pigments, and the soft, eroded geometry of dwellings, shaped by both human hands and the patient work of time. Puente de Alcantara. Spanning the Tagus with an understated confidence that belies its age, the Puente de Alcantara rises from the river gorge in a sequence of precisely cut granite blocks whose fitted joints and sweeping arches have withstood nearly 2 millennia of seasonal floods. shifting currents and intermittent conflict, offering a durable testament to Roman engineering that blends structural logic with a sensitivity to the rugged landscape around it. And standing before its central arch, one of the largest built in the Roman world, one sees how the builders calculated the height and span, not as abstract geometry, but as a response to the deep, narrow canyon carved by the Tagus. The arch springing from massive piers, whose foundations grip the bedrock rather than relying on sedimentary banks. A choice that reflects long familiarity with the river's variable flow and the scouring patterns that would have threatened less securely anchored structures. And along the bridge's length, the voussoirs reveal careful quarrying from local stone, their crisp arises and subtle wedge shapes, evidence of craftsmanship that balanced strength with material efficiency, while the rising roadway, gently arched rather than perfectly level, signals an understanding of how weight distributes across spans of differing widths, the structure subtly adjusting to the asymmetry of the gorge without disrupting the visual harmony that later visitors often remarked upon. And mid-span. The triumphal arch stands as a marker of imperial presence rather than a load-bearing necessity, yet its survival through centuries of alterations demonstrates how even decorative elements were integrated into the overall stability. The arch's mass, anchored to the deck by dowels and bonded mortar, that reveal a cohesion between ornament and structure, though later repairs recorded in the differing stone textures and mortar compositions show how subsequent generations adapted the monument to changing political and environmental conditions without abandoning its essential form. And at either end, the approach ramps climb from the surrounding terrain in a manner that reflects both practical movement and the topographical constraints of a river valley whose banks have shifted over time. The original Roman access is partly altered by medieval and early modern modifications, each phase leaving small indicators: a differently cut stone, a shifted parapet line, a patch of mortar that does not match its neighbours, allowing archaeologists to trace the bridge's long maintenance history through these incremental adjustments rather than any single restorative campaign. And below, the river's relationship to the bridge remains a key part of its archaeological narrative, for sediment cores taken upstream and downstream reveal layers of flood, debris, pollen, and charcoal that chart long-term environmental fluctuations, some of which may have influenced the sequence of repairs documented in inscriptions that once adorned the structure more fully than they do now. Inscriptions that commemorate not only the bridge's original construction, but also later works undertaken in response to natural wear or wartime damage, underscoring how the monument's endurance has always depended on repeated acts of stewardship. And on the piers themselves, variations in stone coloration indicate water levels across centuries, with darker, smoothed surfaces marking periods of higher or more forceful flow, while certain abrasions and mineral deposits hint at phases when the river carried heavier sediment loads, perhaps related to upstream land use, changes that altered erosion patterns. Though without continuous documentation, these environmental inferences remain cautious, grounded in physical traces rather than definitive timelines. And while the bridge's scale often prompts comparisons to other major Roman engineering works, its context along the western interior of the Iberian Peninsula sets it apart. For here, the structure functioned not as a centerpiece of urban life, but as a crucial link in regional movement, connecting settlements, administrative centers, and mining zones, a role suggested by the wear patterns on the roadway stones, smoothed surfaces where foot and animal traffic concentrated, subtle ruts that may reflect the passage of wheeled carts in certain periods, and patches of relaid paving that speak to episodic resurfacing. And the nearby remains of the original Roman road show how the bridge once fit into a broader infrastructural system. The agger and drainage ditches, still visible as faint, linear depressions leading toward the uplands, though centuries of agricultural use and erosion have obscured much of this alignment, leaving only fragments that hint at the connectivity the bridge once ensured between. Communities dispersed across difficult terrain, and in examining the structural joints, iron clamps and mortar compositions, engineers and archaeologists note how the construction method balances mass and flexibility, allowing the arches to redistribute stress during seismic tremors or sudden changes in river pressure. A resilience demonstrated by the bridge's survival despite documented episodes of partial destruction, including the loss and subsequent rebuilding of certain spans, each event leaving behind subtle deviations from the original geometry that, when mapped, reveal a cumulative history of damage and repair rather than uninterrupted preservation. And throughout this long sequence, the bridge's aesthetic qualities, its proportions, the rhythm of its arches, the integration of the triumphal gateway, have remained largely consistent, preserved not through an intent to monumentalize, but through the practical reality that the most effective repairs tended to follow the original design principles, making the structure a palimpsest in which centuries of intervention align closely with the initial engineering logic. And today, as sunlight shifts across the granite and the river flows beneath with far less force than in centuries past due to modern regulation, the Puente de Alcantara endures as both a functional crossing and an archaeological record embedded in stone, each block, joint, and repair layer contributing to a narrative not of singular achievement, but of sustained interaction between human construction and a dynamic landscape, leaving its mystery not in lost techniques or exaggerated claims, but in the quiet persistence of a structure whose full history can be read only through a careful accumulation of traces, each offering a measured glimpse into how ancient engineering has remained, woven into the evolving rhythms of the Tagus Gorge. Dolmen Deiviera. Across the dry, rolling terrain, just outside Antequera, where low hills and scattered olive groves form a quiet backdrop to the broader megalithic landscape, the Dolmen Deiviera rests beneath its compact mound, with a restraint that contrasts sharply with the scale of Menga, its long, narrow passage extending toward the east, in a deliberate alignment with the rising sun, an orientation that reveals a different architectural intention within the same ancient community. For while Vieira shares some structural similarities with other Iberian passage graves, its proportions, slender corridor, modest chamber, and precisely fitted orthostats suggest a monument built with a careful attention to linearity and light, a relationship most evident during the equinoxes when sunlight reaches deep into the chamber, though modern environmental conditions and the monument's partial reconstruction make precise reconstructions of ancient illumination patterns cautious. And walking the length of the passage, the orthostats on either side present a contrast of textures, some smoother, where ancient shaping is evident, others retaining natural bedding plane irregularities, implying a construction process that balanced deliberate carving with practical use of available stone. And the corridor's consistent width suggests predefined planning rather than incremental adaptation, a choice that distinguishes Vieira from the more variable interior dimensions of Menga, where chamber size and wall curvature respond to the scale of its massive slabs. And the terminal chamber, though small, conveys a quiet sense of enclosure, its three orthostatic walls supporting a pair of capstans, whose weight distributes cleanly across the uprights, revealing a technical understanding of load transfer that prevents inward collapse. And while the chamber lacks the corbelled sophistication of El Romeal or the monumental height of Menga, its simplicity aligns with architectural traditions found across Atlantic Europe, where passage graves emphasize directional movement and controlled illumination rather than expansive internal volume. And the earthen mound enclosing the structure, though reduced over millennia by erosion and past excavations, retains enough of its form to indicate deliberate shaping, its compacted layers containing sediments and small stones, consistent with construction methods that stabilized the passage and protected the orthostats from lateral pressure, though the precise original height of the mound remains uncertain due to later disturbances. And within the corridor, the soil stratigraphy has yielded scattered pottery fragments, lithic pieces, and small organic remnants that, though limited in number, contribute to the chronology of the site, placing its construction in the late Neolithic to early Copper Age, broadly contemporaneous with its neighbouring monuments, yet distinct in orientation and scale, suggesting that the Antequera community did not adhere to a singular architectural model, but instead varied its designs based on ritual needs, landscape relationships, or symbolic preferences that are now only partially accessible through material evidence. And the alignment toward the rising sun, while consistent with broader passage grave traditions, raises questions about the monument's specific calendrical or cosmological significance, especially given that Menga's orientation diverges sharply from solar patterns, indicating that the builders of the Antequera complex were not following a uniform system, but instead tailoring each monument to different reference, celestial in some cases, terrestrial in others. Yet the reasons for such variation remain speculative, anchored only in the measurable alignment and the broader context of megalithic diversity across Iberia. And compared with Menga's massive monoliths and El Romeral's corbelled tholos, Vieira's modest scale has led to interpretations emphasizing funerary function, though the lack of abundant grave goods or clearly preserved human remains complicates this assumption, leaving open the possibility that its use was episodic, ceremonial, or symbolic rather than primarily sepulchral. And the disturbance of the chamber in historical periods further obscures its original contents, making careful stratigraphic interpretation essential for reconstructing any sequence of deposition or use. And outside the passage, faint traces of an original enclosure or forecourt have been suggested based on irregular stone placements and subtle ground depressions, but the evidence remains too fragmentary for confident reconstruction, illustrating how much of the monument's exterior context has been altered by time, agriculture, and early excavation practices that did not always preserve peripheral features with modern precision. And environmental studies of the surrounding terrain indicate that during the Neolithic, the area likely contained more open woodland interspersed with grasslands, offering clearer sightlines between the dolmens and the surrounding hills, a contrast to the more vegetated modern landscape. And this openness may have contributed to Vieira's solar orientation, ensuring that the horizon remained unobstructed during the key moments of dawn illumination that define its architectural logic. And in comparison with its neighbours, Vieira stands as the most unambiguous expression of solar alignment in the Antequera complex. Yet its simplicity also makes it the most challenging to interpret, for without extensive art, large-scale construction, or elaborate internal features, the monument conveys its meaning primarily through its orientation and form, both of which offer grounded clues without revealing the full intent behind them. And in the end, the Dolmen Deiviera occupies a quiet place within the broader prehistoric landscape, its long passage and small chamber forming a measured architectural gesture toward the eastern horizon, a gesture that remains legible, even as many contextual details have faded, leaving a structure whose mystery lies not in dramatic absence, but in the subtle persistence of an orientation that continues to frame the passage of light across the stone interior, providing a small but enduring window into how ancient communities may have synchronized architecture, landscape, and celestial cycles in ways both familiar and still partly beyond reach. Antequera megalithic complex. Across the undulating plain at the heart of Andalusia, where isolated limestone massifs rise abruptly from softer sediments, the Antequera megalithic complex gathers its three principal monuments, Menga, Vieira, and El Romeal, into a landscape that feels both unified and quietly dissonant, each structure offering a distinct architectural vocabulary, while sharing a broader prehistoric context shaped by geology, visibility, and ritual practice. And approaching the complex from the surrounding fields, one sees how the monuments occupied gentle elevations rather than dramatic peaks, their placement suggesting a preference for accessibility and line-of-sight relationships over seclusion, with Menga and Vieira aligned along an east-west axis, and El Romeal positioned apart on a slight rise that redirects attention toward the rugged formations of El Torcal. And beneath this spatial arrangement lies a deeper geological foundation, for the Antequera Basin contains sedimentary layers that facilitated the quarrying of both large orthostats and smaller workable stones, a resource diversity reflected in the contrasting construction techniques. Menga's colossal monoliths drawn from nearby outcrops, Vieira's more manageable slabs shaped for tight corridor alignment, and El Romeral's corbelled chambers built from small limestone pieces stacked in inward-leaning courses, each method demonstrating a nuanced understanding of stone properties, mass, fracture lines, load distribution, translated into architectural form rather than being imposed upon the landscape without regard for local material constraints. And in studying the complex as a whole, archaeologists note both the temporal proximity of the monuments and their divergent orientations, with Menga turned toward the distant cave of Matacabras on Peña de los Enamorados, Vieira aligned to the equinoctial sunrise, and El Romeral oriented toward the heights of El Torcal, a triad of directional choices that implies a broader ritual or symbolic framework, not easily condensed into a single explanatory model. For while solar alignments are well attested across Atlantic Europe, the terrestrial focus of Menga and the mountainous reference of El Romeral complicate attempts to reduce the monuments to a uniform cosmology. And these divergences appear even more pronounced when considering internal features such as Menga's deep well, an anomaly among Iberian dolmens, contrasted with Vieira's pure axial simplicity and El Romeral's nested corbelled chambers, each interior shape modulating the visitor's movement and perception in distinct ways, suggesting different experiential functions that may have corresponded to varied ritual sequences. Though without extensive artifact assemblages to anchor these interpretations, the internal logic of each monument remains partly veiled, supported by structural evidence, yet open to multiple grounded readings. And outside the monuments, soil studies reveal traces of ancient paths, compacted surfaces and distribution patterns of flint flakes and ceramic fragments that imply zones of activity between the dolmens. Though these traces are diffuse, their relationships obscured by millennia of agricultural use, making it difficult to reconstruct whether the monuments were used simultaneously or in phases, and whether the spaces between them hosted gatherings, processions, or more functional tasks associated with construction and maintenance. And the broader landscape contributes another layer of context, for during the Neolithic and Copper Age, the region likely contained more open woodland and fewer cultivated fields, offering unbroken sightlines to the surrounding massifs, whose distinctive silhouettes, particularly that of Peña de los Enamorados, would have served as reference points in both daily navigation and ritual meaning-making. Yet, the degree to which these landmarks influenced architectural decisions is inferred primarily through alignment and visibility studies, rather than direct evidence, leaving interpretations grounded but necessarily cautious. And excavations around the monuments have recovered limited remains of pottery, bone, and small lithic tools, with none of the richly furnished burials found in other Iberian megalithic contexts, a pattern that suggests either selective deposition, differential preservation, or functions beyond straightforward funerary use. And the sparse artifact record has led some researchers to emphasize the monument's architectural roles within a ritualized landscape, rather than focusing solely on their function as burial chambers, though this perspective remains balanced by the recognition that much organic material may have decayed or been removed in historical periods. And the construction sequences of the monuments, reconstructed through stratigraphy and analysis of architectural joints, indicate prolonged use and occasional modification, especially at Menga, where subtle changes in wall positioning and capstan support hint at adjustments made during or after construction, while Vaira's tighter corridor and smaller chamber suggest a more singular building episode, and El Romeal's core-belled vaults reveal a precision that likely required coordinated labour and repeated skill transmission across generations, each monument thus embodying different organisational demands within the same regional community. And taken together, these structures show that the Antiquary megalithic landscape cannot be reduced to a single tradition or purpose, instead reflecting a set of overlapping practices that evolved over centuries, incorporating local geological features, social needs, and symbolic references into forms that resist simple categorization, their differences underscoring the adaptability and diversity of prehistoric communities rather than any monolithic cultural template. And as sunlight shifts across the mound surfaces and the distant mountains cast long shadows over the basin, the complex's monuments remain interlinked through their enduring presence rather than through any single interpretive thread, their alignments marking relationships to horizon and terrain that retain coherence even as their precise meanings elude definitive explanation, leaving the Antiquera megalithic complex suspended in a balance between architectural clarity and interpretive uncertainty. A landscape where stone, earth, and direction hold steady traces of ancient intention, while allowing much to remain quietly unresolved, inviting continued study not through dramatic revelation, but through the slow, cumulative work of understanding how these structures once participated in the rhythms of a prehistoric world. High in Peru's mountains, where oxygen thins, storms hit first, and no ancient civilization should have been able to build anything, someone carved terraces into sheer cliffs, moved blocks heavier than buses, aligned temples with forgotten skies, and left entire cities balanced on impossible ridges. But who chooses mountaintops for architecture this precise? How are these stones lifted, shaped, and fitted without metal tools or beasts of burden? Why do so many of these sites share the same mysterious engineering, yet appear separated by vast distances and different cultures? And what secrets still lie buried beneath these peaks, waiting to rewrite everything we think we know about the ancient world? Machu Picchu, high in the eastern folds of the Peruvian Andes, where cloud forests cling to slopes carved by shifting tectonic plates and the slow abrasions of glacial time. Machu Picchu rises from its narrow ridge with a quiet persistence that seems less like a monument than an extension of the mountains themselves. Its granite blocks drawing strength from the bedrock that once held them locked in veins, its terraces stepping down along contours shaped by countless seasons of rain, fog, and sunlight, and its alignment with surrounding peaks hinting at an architectural sensibility deeply attuned to landscape rather than domination over it. And yet, as the site comes into view, the stillness begins to invite a more searching gaze, one that notices how finely the ashlar walls are jointed, how precisely the drainage channels cut through the agricultural slopes, and how the main sectors, residential, ceremonial, agricultural, seem simultaneously organic and deliberate, suggesting a plan carried forward with confidence, even as the surrounding terrain appears to resist all orderly intent. Archaeological studies have long shown that the Inca, inheritors of deep Andean engineering knowledge, quarried the very stone beneath their feet, shaping it with hammerstones and abrasion, coaxing blocks into forms that seated themselves into place without mortar, and adapting terraces to stabilize soils in a region marked by seismic tremors and seasonal saturation. Their construction choice is influenced as much by practical concerns, water management, slope stabilization, solar exposure, as by the ritual significance of nearby peaks like Huayna Picchu and Salcante. Yet researchers continue to find subtleties that complicate a straightforward narrative of imperial design, such as architectural modules that do not entirely match those at Cusco, pathways whose functions remain uncertain, and botanical residues that suggest a mixture of local cultivation and imported species. For decades, the question of why Machu Picchu was built where it was has prompted layers of suggestions: royal estate, pilgrimage hub, astronomical retreat. But evidence tends to support several possibilities at once, leaving no single interpretation able to encompass the site's full complexity. And the pattern repeats in its water systems, where carefully cut fountains and channels manage a mountain spring with a precision that appears older than its 15th century attribution, and yet entirely consistent with Inca hydrological expertise, creating a series of features that blend seamlessly with natural fissures in the bedrock. Geological surveys reveal that the ridge itself sits amid intersecting fault lines, a fact that may have offered natural fracture planes, ideal for quarrying, while also demanding engineering choices that reduced collapse risk, such as inclined walls and trapezoidal openings, though the degree to which these decisions stemmed from empirical observation or inherited tradition is still debated. Meanwhile, careful excavation of peripheral areas has uncovered sequences of modification that hint at phases of construction rather than a single burst of activity, raising the possibility that the site grew through incremental adaptation to shifting needs, its builders responding to local resources and constraints in ways that now appear almost intuitive, but were likely the result of cumulative trial and knowledge across generations. Scholars have also noted anomalies in terrace orientation and differing masonry styles, features that could reflect work by crews from various regions of the Inca realm, each bringing local techniques to a unified project. Yet the variations are subtle enough that they rarely disrupt the site's overall coherence, instead suggesting a form of coordinated diversity. Even so, some aspects remain resistant to tidy explanation, such as the precise reasoning behind certain sightlines toward distant peaks that may have framed solstice events or ritual movement, and the presence of unfinished blocks still resting in quarries that imply either sudden interruption or a construction rhythm not fully understood. These open pockets of uncertainty encourage a more patient reading of the place, one that sees it not as a completed monument, but as a dynamic node within a wider Andean cultural landscape stretching from coastal deserts to high Puna plateaus. A landscape in which engineering, ritual, observation of nature, and political authority often intertwined in ways that modern categories struggle to separate. And as mist drifts across stairways, smoothed by centuries of weather rather than human footsteps, the site holds its quiet balance between what has been clarified, its tools, its materials, its ingenious adaptation to unstable mountain geology, and what persists beyond clear resolution, the lingering sense that choices made here drew from layers of experience now diffused across time, leaving a structure that feels at once intelligible and slightly beyond reach, its enduring presence less a testament to an impossible feat than to the subtle accumulation of knowledge, whose final contours remain hidden in the folds of the mountains. Sak Saiwaman. On the broad rise overlooking the Cusco Basin, where shifting shadows move slowly across undulating stone and winds funnel through the saddle of the hills, Sak Saiwaman spreads its immense zigzag walls with a gravity that seems inseparable from the land that carries them. The limestone blocks rising in interlocking tiers that follow the natural crest, as though shaped by an understanding of topography older than imperial ambition, their surfaces bearing the marks of abrasion, pecking, and careful fitting, yet arranged in patterns that appear both defensive and ceremonial, both engineered and somehow interpretive of the terrain's ancient contours. From a distance, the great terraces seem to echo the slopes behind them, but as one approaches, the details sharpen into a quieter puzzle, with blocks weighing dozens of tons meeting along joints so tightly matched that they resist the infiltration of even thin roots. An achievement consistent with the stoneworking traditions of the late Inca period, yet amplified here to a scale that raises questions about how labour, logistics, and knowledge were coordinated in a landscape of steep gradients and seasonal weather constraints, prompting archaeologists to trace the quarry routes, the ramp systems, and the possible wooden levers and braided fibre cords that would have shaped the long sequence of extraction, transport, and final setting. Evidence suggests that the nearby quarries at Muina and Rumikolka supplied material cut from natural fracture planes, and tool marks on partially worked stones support the use of hammerstones and iterative shaping, while fragments of unfinished blocks hint at experiments in form and adjustment, the process unfolding through repeated testing rather than a single perfected metrological system, though the consistency of the polygonal masonry implies a strong underlying design tradition shared across the region. Yet the walls themselves, arranged in three great serrated lines, remain challenging to categorize. For while the site's elevated position and commanding view over the Chinchai-Suyu and Anti-Suyu routes support an interpretation of military importance, excavations have also revealed broad plazas and ritual deposits that place communal gatherings, processions, and state ceremonies at the heart of its usage, complicating any simple classification and opening space for a more layered understanding of its role within the shifting political landscape of late pre-Hispanic Cusco. The precision of the masonry is further contrasted by architectural variations that include straight-cut portals, truncated niches, and carved channels whose functions remain debated, and by the presence of bedrock outcrops, modified into smooth, undulating forms, such as the rodadero, whose purpose may relate to processional movement, hydraulic testing, or symbolic landscapes rather than functional engineering alone. Seismic studies show that the wall's trapezoidal geometry and inward-leaning profiles provide exceptional stability in a region prone to earthquakes, and this adaptation, consistent with Inca building elsewhere, may explain the survival of these massive structures despite centuries of tremors that have shifted, toppled, or eroded many other highland constructions. Nevertheless, the scale of Sak Saiwaman's largest stones, some exceeding 100 tons, remains a point of scholarly curiosity rather than astonishment. For while their movement is plausible within known Andean techniques, the choice to work blocks of such magnitude is still examined for what it may signify about labour organisation, political display, or long-term durability, especially considering the extensive dismantling of parts of the complex for colonial-era building projects in Cusco, which left only the most difficult stones in place. Traces of earlier occupations beneath the Inca layers add another dimension, revealing that the hilltop held significance long before the 15th century, with pottery fragments and foundational remnants suggesting an earlier ceremonial focus later expanded and reshaped into the vast compound known today, though the extent to which Inca builders integrated or replaced earlier structures remains the subject of ongoing excavation. Water channels cut into bedrock, some leading from springs higher on the hill, offer clues to how the site sustained its needs during gatherings. Yet several conduits terminate abruptly or appear incomplete, raising the possibility of phased construction interrupted by political shifts during the final decades before the Spanish arrival, leaving sequences that feel momentarily suspended rather than finished. The contrast between highly refined segments and others left rough or partially quarried further contributes to the sense of a dynamic. project responding to evolving circumstances, whether related to resource distribution, ritual cycles, or the expanding demands of the Cusco state. And as the sun lowers behind the western ridges, casting long shadows into the recesses of the Great Walls, Sak Saiwaman retains a measured ambiguity, its vast stones anchored firmly in the geological rhythms of the hill, yet shaped by human decision-making that can be read only in fragments, its open plazas hinting at processions whose meanings have shifted with time, its unfinished elements suggesting intentions not fully realized, and its enduring presence balancing what archaeology has clarified about quarrying, transport, and construction, with what remains unresolved about why this form, this scale, and this layout were chosen, allowing the site to stand not as a mystery born of impossibility, but as a thoughtful convergence of engineering, ritual, landscape, and political expression, whose final coherence, though increasingly illuminated, still quiets itself just beyond complete explanation. Olante Tambbo. Along the narrow Urubamba Valley, where steep cliffs rise in sheer plains of granite, and the river threads through a corridor carved by tectonic uplift and glacial retreat, Olante Tambbo settles into its terraces and fortifications with a presence that feels inseparable from the layered slopes surrounding it, the agricultural steppes climbing methodically toward the Sun Temple Ridge, while the town below preserves a grid of stone-lined canals and pathways that continue patterns first laid out in the late pre-Hispanic period, its architecture adapting to both the rigidity and fragility of its mountainous setting. Seen from afar, the great terraces form a rhythmic ascent that appears almost agricultural in intent, yet their retaining walls, unusually tall and robust, suggest a dual purpose of stabilizing the steep hillside and serving as a controlled approach toward the upper ceremonial complex, where massive roseate granite blocks stand aligned in a line of partial construction as if frozen mid-process, their surfaces bearing the facets of deliberate shaping, yet their arrangement ending abruptly, evidence of a project interrupted rather than abandoned by design. Geological analysis of the fortress slopes shows natural fracture zones that aided quarrying, but the nearest source of the distinctive pink granite lies across the valley at the quarry of Kachikata, requiring descent to the river, transport across shifting banks, and ascent up the opposite slope, a sequence archaeologists have explored through remnants of ramps, cut stones left in transit, and faint tracks where dragging or rolling may have occurred, forming a logistical pathway consistent with known Inca labor organization while still raising questions about how work crews coordinated movements amid seasonal rains, flooding, and the narrow geometries of the valley floor. The upper complex, often referred to as a sanctuary or incomplete temple, includes carefully fitted polygonal masonry alongside ashlar blocks of exceptional scale, and the combination of these styles within a single sector hints at phases of construction or a blending of regional techniques, though the reasons for the shift from one method to another are still discussed in relation to political timing, resource allocation, or seismic adaptations. Excavations in the residential sector below reveal a settlement layout that appears both planned and adaptive, with canal systems designed to manage runoff from seasonal downpours, ensuring that water moves predictably through the town rather than eroding terraced foundations. Yet certain channels divert unexpectedly or converge in ways that suggest earlier modifications, preserved within later planning, leaving a palimpsest of hydraulic choices whose sequence is only gradually coming into focus. The fortress-like structures above the terraces, including the narrow stairways and projecting walls that follow the mountain's spine, provide a commanding view of both the valley and the approach routes from the Amazonian flank, making military functionality plausible, especially given the site's role during the defense against early Spanish incursions, though the monumental terraces below and the unfinished temple platform point equally toward ritual significance and state-sponsored construction that may have extended well beyond strategic needs. At the same time, Subtle anomalies persist in the alignment of the monolithic blocks of the sun-facing sector, where smooth-faced stones appear prepared for a larger cyclopean wall whose final form never materialized, raising questions about whether political transitions, resource challenges, or seismic events interfered with the original plan, particularly since some blocks bear matching protrusions and indentations, indicating intended interlocking placement that was never realized. Pottery residues and botanical remains recovered from storage areas near the terraces suggest that the agricultural infrastructure served both local inhabitants and wider redistribution networks. Yet the scale of these constructions exceeds what simple subsistence would require, implying a ceremonial or administrative prominence whose full extent remains partially concealed within the interrupted architectural record. Meanwhile, the carved fountains of the ceremonial sector, fed by channels descending from high springs, display hydraulic precision characteristic of Inca engineering. But some conduits swerve unexpectedly or terminate in ways that hint at alterations mid-construction, perhaps in response to changing ritual requirements or evolving hydrological insights during the building process. Throughout the surrounding cliffs, small platforms and storage houses known as kolkas cling to ledges that optimize exposure to drying. Winds forming a dispersed network of granaries that integrate seamlessly with the valley's microclimates, though their distribution pattern contains slight irregularities that resist a singular explanation, possibly reflecting shifting administrative boundaries or adaptations to local ecological variability. And as dusk settles across the steep terrain, drawing long shadows over walls that hold both refined precision and unfinished intention, Olante Tambbo presents a portrait of a site embedded deeply within the Andean tradition of stonework and mountain adaptation. Its archaeological record offering ever clearer insight into quarrying methods, construction sequences, and settlement planning, while still leaving certain alignments, interruptions, and hybrid architectural expressions quietly unresolved. Reminding observers that even within a landscape shaped by formidable engineering knowledge, the decisions behind scale, placement, and form often emerge only in fragments, preserved not as a testament to impossibility, but as the natural remains of a sophisticated project, whose full rationale continues to rest in the folds of the valley. Choqquequirao, high on a remote saddle between the Apurimac Canyon and the clouded spurs of the Vilcabamba Range, where steep ridges plunge toward river depths shaped by relentless erosion, and rising mists drift across forests alive with orchids and bromeliads. Choqquequirao emerges gradually from the gradient of slopes as a constellation of terraces, plazas, and stairways that seem to negotiate with the mountains rather than impose upon them. Its stepped platforms, wrapping around natural spurs in deliberate sequences that stabilize the land, even as they carve out spaces for ceremony, cultivation, and movement. Their stone retaining walls echoing the grain of the underlying bedrock in ways that suggest a careful reading of geological conditions long before the site's visible construction began. From the first glimpses along the ascending trail, the settlement appears scattered, but once inside the upper plaza, the coherence of its layout comes into focus, with buildings aligned along cardinal tendencies softened by the terrain. Canals threading through channels carved into the substrate, and long terrace slopes extending down the flanks like an architectural response to the canyon's immense verticality, each adapted to microclimates that shift over mere meters due to exposure, humidity, and wind. Archaeological surveys reveal that Choqquequirao's builders employed familiar Inca masonry techniques: finely cut stones in ceremonial sectors, fieldstone in agricultural ones. Yet the steepness of the terrain imposed variations that feel specific to this environment, such as unusually tall terrace walls reinforced with internal fills that balance against the mountain's natural inclination to shed soil during seasonal rains. and extended staircase systems that connect sectors not horizontally, as in many valley sites, but vertically across dramatic elevation changes, resulting in circulation routes that may have shaped ritual movement as much as practical access. The famed Lama terraces on the southern slope, with white quartzite figures inlaid against darker stone, present an unusual visual motif whose meaning remains a subject of investigation, with interpretations ranging from symbolic representation of caravan networks to local lineage emblems, though no explanation fully accounts for why such iconography appears here with a scale and precision not yet matched at other Inca sites, raising questions about whether this sector held a special community significance now partially lost to time. Excavations around the main plaza have revealed subterranean drainage channels engineered to cope with intense cloud forest runoff, but some conduits change direction abruptly or diminish in size in ways that do not fully align with expectations for a uniformly planned hydraulic system, prompting the suggestion that the site underwent phases of expansion in which earlier waterworks were rerouted rather than replaced, leaving subtle mismatches that mark the intersection of older and newer construction cycles. Evidence of unfinished walls, abandoned stairways, and partially carved bedrock surfaces scattered throughout the complex hints at work, suspended rather than completed, possibly related to political shifts during the late Inca resistance in the Vilcabamba region. And while such interruptions align with historical timelines, they also complicate efforts to determine the site's intended final form, as some foundations suggest larger structures that never rose, while other buildings appear complete but disconnected from adjacent sectors, creating a landscape of coherent elements linked by transitions still under study. Botanical remains recovered from terrace soils indicate a mixture of highland and cloud forest cultivation, reflecting the site's position at an ecological crossroads. Yet the distribution of certain crops across terraces does not strictly follow solar exposure or water availability, hinting at agricultural schemes that may have incorporated ritual or administrative considerations not fully captured by environmental analysis alone. In the upper residential clusters, masonry varies from tightly fitted stones to more utilitarian construction, and this variation is often interpreted as evidence of social differentiation, though a closer reading suggests that some contrasts may instead result from builders negotiating irregular bedrock or adapting pre-existing platforms whose origins remain uncertain, hinting at earlier occupation layers now largely obscured beneath Inca modifications. The presence of broad, open plazas, situated on surfaces leveled through immense earth-moving efforts, suggests that communal gatherings or ceremonial events played a significant role in site life. Yet the placement of these spaces at the intersection of steep descent routes may also reflect strategic considerations within the remote Vilcabamba corridor, where visibility, defensibility, and access to water all intersect in subtle ways. And throughout the surrounding slopes, traces of additional terraces extend into forested areas not yet fully cleared or documented, their scale suggesting a far larger agricultural hinterland than the exposed portions alone convey. Though the degree to which these outer sectors were integral to the main complex or operated semi-independently remains unresolved due to limited excavation. As clouds drift in and out of the amphitheatre formed by opposing ridges, revealing one terrace bank and then concealing another, Choqquequirao sustains a sense of layered intention shaped by both environmental constraints and cultural priorities, offering a growing body of evidence about engineering choices, construction sequences, and adaptive strategies, while still preserving pockets of uncertainty, unfinished alignments, symbolic terraces with no known counterparts, hydraulic deviations whose logic is only partially visible, allowing the site to remain grounded firmly in the realm of the possible, yet quietly edged with the ambiguity of a place built at the margins of empire. Its final aspirations hinted at, but not entirely spelled out in the stone that now overlooks the shifting light of the canyon. Cuilap Fortress. Deep within the cloud forests of northern Peru, where mist drifts between towering bromeliad-covered trees, and the limestone spine of the Andes lifts into long forested ridges shaped by slow tectonic rise and centuries of rainfall carving gullies into their flanks. The fortress of Cuilap occupies a narrow summit, whose natural defensibility seems to have invited architectural ambition long before its massive walls first took shape. The settlement unfolding behind ramparts so thick and tall that they appear almost fused with the bedrock beneath them, their surfaces built of pale limestone blocks, quarried from nearby outcrops, and arranged in courses that mirror the horizontal bedding of the mountain itself. Approaching the site along the ridge path, the outer wall rises abruptly from the forest, with a scale that feels disproportionate to the number of internal structures it encloses, prompting early investigations to characterize the complex as a fortress. Though ongoing archaeological work complicates this assumption by revealing residential compounds, ceremonial plazas, and circular dwellings whose layout suggests a highland urban centre shaped by the Chachapoya culture long before later political influences broadened its connections to surrounding valleys. The three principal entrances, each narrowing into tapering corridors that force movement into single-file passage, reveal an acute awareness of both topography and security. Yet their masonry varies subtly from sector to sector, with some stones carefully trimmed and others left more rugged, an inconsistency that may reflect multiple construction phases or differing functions rather than a unified building event. Though the chronological boundaries of these phases remain difficult to delineate due to erosion, vegetation growth, and limited diagnostic ceramics. Inside the massive enclosure, hundreds of circular foundations cluster along terraces carved into the ridge, some with low-relief friezes of zigzag or rhomboid patterns set into their walls, motifs interpreted as symbolic references to local fauna or social identity, though the precise meanings remain debated, in part because similar iconography appears on pottery from nearby sites with slightly different contexts, hinting at a shared cultural vocabulary whose nuances are not yet fully understood. Excavations have revealed that many of these dwellings were rebuilt multiple times atop earlier ones, creating stratified occupation layers that show shifts in domestic architecture, changes in subsistence practices, and gradual adaptations to the climatic conditions of the cloud forest, where moisture regulates both agriculture and the decay of organic materials, leaving gaps in the record that archaeologists attempt to fill through soil analysis and botanical microremains that indicate the cultivation of maize, tubers, and local crops, as well as reliance on forest resources. The so-called Tintero structure, an unusual inverted conical building near the southern sector, has prompted varied interpretations, from ritual use to water storage to astronomical function, yet none fully resolve the questions raised by its shape, orientation, and the absence of comparable structures of similar scale within the region, suggesting either a specialized function now obscured or a ceremonial element that does not align neatly with later architectural patterns. Meanwhile, hydraulic features within Cuilap appear modest compared to sites farther south, with small channels and drains directing rainfall off the summit terraces. But some conduits terminate unexpectedly or appear rerouted across building phases, indicating that water management evolved through piecemeal adjustments rather than a single integrated system, perhaps reflecting a community responding incrementally to seasonal patterns and the natural tendency of cloud forest soils to shift and swell. The immense perimeter wall itself, often cited as the site's defining feature, presents its own internal irregularities, with sections showing evidence of repair or reinforcement, and others built atop earlier retaining structures whose outlines survive as partially buried platforms, suggesting that the enclosure may have grown outward in stages, each responding to changing social needs or population density, though the triggers for these expansions remain uncertain due to limited chronological markers. deeper excavation in certain sectors has revealed burials beneath household floors and within wall fills, a practice consistent with Chachapoya traditions of ancestor veneration. Yet the placement of some remains within construction debris layers, hints that certain individuals were interred during renovation phases rather than initial occupation, adding temporal complexity to the interpretation of ritual life within the settlement. Analyses of the surrounding slopes show traces of ancient paths and agricultural terraces extending far beyond the main enclosure, indicating that Kuelap was not an isolated summit fortification, but part of a broader cultural landscape, integrating ridgetop habitation with valley floor resources, though the extent to which these outlying features were contemporaneous with the core construction remains under study due to heavy forest cover. Subtle architectural shifts observed in the later layers, such as the introduction of rectangular buildings among the traditional circular forms, have been tentatively linked to external influences during the period of Inca expansion into the region, though the degree of direct imperial control remains contested, as the evidence points more toward selective integration of certain administrative or ceremonial practices rather than wholesale restructuring of the site. And across the summit, where lichens coat the limestone blocks and soft moss fills voids between stones, numerous unfinished or partially collapsed structures suggest that Kuelap's final centuries were marked by both occupation and decline, with some areas showing careful maintenance and others left to degrade, a patchwork that implies shifting priorities in a community navigating environmental challenges, political pressures, and possibly demographic changes. Yet, the most enduring feature remains the relationship between architecture and landscape. The way the walls mirror the mountain's contours, the terraces conform to the ridge's narrow spine, and the circular dwellings cluster in patterns that seem to follow both social logic and geological constraint, leaving a settlement that, despite its imposing fortifications, reads more as a dialogue with the summit than as a claim over it. And as the clouds thin and gather again, alternately revealing and concealing the stonework along the ridge, Kuelap retains a steady ambiguity, grounded in what archaeology has clarified about its cultural lineage, construction sequences, and adaptive strategies, yet still holding unanswered questions in its shifting masonry styles, enigmatic ceremonial structures, and layered occupations, allowing the site to remain neither impenetrable nor fully resolved. A highland stronghold shaped by practical ingenuity and cultural continuity, whose deeper intentions continue to lie just beyond the immediate reach of the forested air. Chavein Dewantar. In the narrow valley where the Mosna and Huachexsa rivers meet beneath the shadowed slopes of the Cordillera Blanca, Chavein Dewantar settles into a landscape shaped by millennia of landslides, glacial melt, and tectonic uplift, its monumental structures rising from an alluvial plain whose stability has long been tested by seasonal floods and shifting sediments. Conditions that the site's ancient builders appear to have read with care when shaping plazas, galleries, and platforms that align not with open vistas, but with the controlled interiority of stone corridors, sunken courts, and subterranean passages. Approaching the complex, the massive platform known as the Old Temple stands anchored against the valley wall, its exterior masonry composed of finely cut granite blocks, fitted in orderly courses whose precision contrasts with the rugged stone of the surrounding mountains, while its interior unfolds as a labyrinth of narrow galleries, supported by a structural logic in which gravity, ventilation, and drainage appear as integral as the ritual functions inferred from carved iconography. Within these dark corridors, where light filters faintly through small ventilation shafts, archaeologists have noted the interplay of tight spatial control and acoustic resonance, features that suggest an architectural interest in sensory modulation, though the degree to which such effects were intentional remains a point of measured debate. particularly as some galleries show alterations or blocked passages that complicate efforts to reconstruct their original configurations. The Lanzon monolith, deep within the central cruciform gallery, stands as one of the most prominent ritual sculptures of the Chavein tradition. Yet its position, anchored to the floor, aligned to a narrow opening, and surrounded by galleries that may have directed sound or controlled access, poses questions about how ritual specialists moved through the space, and whether the platform underwent modifications that altered these relationships over time, especially since some wall segments bear indications of later refacing or stabilization. Surrounding plazas reveal further complexities. The circular plaza, with its meticulously arranged stonework and carved tenon heads set into the perimeter walls, presents a coherent ritual stage. Yet the distribution of certain motifs among the tenon heads appears inconsistent, as though carved at different times or by different groups, and the placement of some stones suggests episodes of rebuilding that did not fully replicate earlier arrangements, resulting in subtle asymmetries that researchers continue to examine for clues about changing ceremonial practices. Hydraulic engineering at the site demonstrates an acute awareness of the valley's volatile waters, with channels running beneath and around major platforms to divert runoff and control the water table. Though some conduits branch unexpectedly or terminate at sealed points, implying that the system evolved across construction phases rather than following a singular master plan. And recent studies of sediment deposits within these channels indicate periods of heavy flooding that may have prompted redesigns or reinforcements, adding another layer of temporal complexity to the architectural sequence. The new temple, built adjacent to the earlier structure, carries forward many of the same principles: stone galleries, raised platforms, carved facades, yet integrates new stylistic elements, such as the black and white portal, whose dual-toned granite columns and lintel stones display iconography that blends feline, avian, and serpent traits in ways that suggest both continuity and transformation within the Chavein visual tradition, though the precise meanings of these hybrid forms remain open to interpretation, partly because they appear in varying degrees across different parts of the complex, indicating symbolic evolution rather than fixed doctrine. Excavations have uncovered domestic areas beyond the monumental core, revealing that Chavein Dewantar functioned not only as a ceremonial centre but also as a lived-in settlement with craft production zones, storage spaces, and evidence of diverse regional influences in pottery styles, though determining the extent of permanent residency versus pilgrimage remains challenging due to the mixed nature of deposits, and the likelihood that certain sectors supported periodic gatherings involving visitors from distant valleys. Geological studies of the valley indicate that landslides have repeatedly altered the surrounding slopes, and some architectural features, especially retaining walls on the platform edges, appear reinforced or rebuilt in ways that suggest responses to ground movement, a reminder that the site's longevity depended on ongoing maintenance rather than static construction, and that traces of these adjustments remain embedded in the irregularities of stone alignments and foundation layers. Though Chavein's carved iconography, spiraling eyes, fanged deities, and interwoven anthropomorphic animal motifs has long captured scholarly attention, the variability in style and placement across the complex challenges efforts to interpret them as part of a singular unified religious system, instead hinting at shifting artistic conventions or ritual emphases that may have changed over generations, leaving a symbolic record both rich and incomplete. And as the light shifts across the valley floor, illuminating the geometric precision of the plazas and fading into the recesses of the galleries, Chavein Dewantar retains its quiet equilibrium between the knowable and the elusive, grounded in archaeological evidence of phased construction, hydrological adaptation and regional interaction, yet still marked by unanswered questions about the sequence of ritual use, the shifting meanings encoded in its carvings, and the full extent of the architectural transformations that occurred within its long occupation, allowing the site to remain firmly within the realm of human ingenuity, while preserving the lingering sense of a cultural centre whose layered intentions have only partially emerged from the depths of its stone corridors and shadowed courts. Moray. Across the Maras Plateau of the Sacred Valley, where the highland air carries a thin clarity and the ochre soils drift toward pale patches of limestone exposed by centuries of erosion, Moray settles into a series of concentric depressions, shaped not by tectonic collapse, but by deliberate human intervention, its circular terraces descending in nested rings that conform to the contours of natural sinkholes and sloping basins, creating microclimates whose temperature shifts across just a few meters reflect a nuanced understanding of highland ecology. From the rim, the terraced amphitheatres appear almost geometric in their symmetry, but upon crossing the narrow paths that wind downward, the subtle variations in terrace height, wall thickness, and stairway alignment come into focus, revealing choices informed as much by careful observation of water retention and solar exposure as by the aesthetic coherence implied at first glance. Excavations have shown that beneath these terraces lie layered fills of gravel, sand, and compacted earth designed to foster drainage and stabilize soils prone to saturation during seasonal rains. And while these fills are consistent with Inca agricultural engineering, slight differences in their composition from one depression to the next suggest that the construction did not follow a single template, but instead responded to the specific demands of each basin's underlying geology, indicating an ongoing process of adaptation rather than a uniform project completed in one phase. Despite the prevailing interpretation of Moray as an experimental agricultural centre, supported by pollen studies, soil chemistry, and the distribution of terrace widths, certain irregularities complicate the picture, such as terraces that deviate subtly from perfect circles, channels that shift direction or narrow unexpectedly, and retaining walls that incorporate stones of varying workmanship, as though built or repaired at different times, or by different labour groups whose combined efforts nonetheless resulted in a cohesive overall form. At the lowest levels, where humidity collects and temperature remains more stable, archaeological samples have revealed traces of crops not typical of the surrounding plateau, hinting at experimentation with species from lower altitude valleys. Yet the presence of certain plants in unexpected terraces, or the absence of expected varieties in others, has raised questions about whether the site functioned strictly as a controlled agricultural laboratory or served additional roles that left less direct evidence, perhaps related to ritualized agricultural observation or seasonal gatherings tied to the cycles of planting and harvest. The water management system at Moray, while less elaborate than at some larger Inca sites, contains its own quiet complexities, with channels directing runoff toward concealed drains and conduits built into terrace faces, though a few channels end abruptly or appear blocked in ways that suggest shifts in use or maintenance over time. And sediment analysis in these features indicates occasional flooding events that may have prompted repairs or redesigns whose traces persist as mismatched stones or modified gradient angles. The stairways embedded within the terrace walls, alternating between vertical stone steps and inclined ramps, reveal a movement system attuned to both efficiency and the fragility of cultivated soil. Yet not all stairways align symmetrically across terraces, and their distribution varies between the depressions, raising the possibility that each sector evolved according to its own functional priorities, rather than adhering to a singular architectural plan. Surrounding the main circular complexes, lesser-known terraces and pathways extend outward along the plateau, their orientations not always matching the cardinal tendencies observed within the principal depressions, suggesting either earlier or later phases of land modification whose purposes are still under study, particularly since some peripheral terraces show signs of abandonment or erosion inconsistent with the well-maintained central rings. Pottery fragments recovered from the site include both utilitarian wares and finer ceramics, though their distribution does not clearly indicate long-term habitation, leaving ambiguous the degree to which Moray served as a residential centre versus a specialised installation visited periodically by agricultural specialists or ritual groups. The presence of small platforms and stone alignments atop the surrounding ridges has invited speculation about their use in observational practices, especially since the depressions experience marked differences in morning and afternoon sunlight due to their depth and orientation, but the archaeological record offers no definitive confirmation, and many of these features may relate instead to boundary markers or modest structures that supported terrace maintenance. The microclimatic variations measured across the rings, differences of several degrees Celsius between upper and lower levels, support the interpretation of environmental manipulation, yet it remains unclear whether these variations were intentionally maximised or simply observed and utilised after the terraces were established, a distinction that continues to shape discussions about the site's primary purpose. And as wind moves across the plateau, carrying with it the smells of sun-warmed earth and distant irrigation channels, Moray maintains a balance between functional clarity and interpretive openness, its circular terraces demonstrating deep agricultural knowledge and technical skill, while still holding questions about construction sequence, auxiliary uses, and the full extent of experimentation that took place within its basin walls, leaving the site grounded in known Inca engineering, yet edged with the subtle mystery of a landscape shaped by practices whose nuances continue to emerge slowly through soil analysis, architectural study, and the changing light that reveals new contours with each passing hour. Caral. Where the winds of the Super Valley sweep across an arid expanse shaped by shifting river courses, alluvial fans, and the long retreat of coastal fog, Caral rises from the desert floor in a sequence of monumental platforms, sunken plazas, and stairways whose muted geometry emerges gradually from the pale earth. Its great pyramidal mounds, arranged not for spectacle, but for a measured dialogue with the landscape that sustained one of the earliest known urban centres in the Americas. A settlement whose antiquity, reaching back nearly 5,000 years, anchors it firmly within the deep prehistory of the Andean world, long before later highland civilizations transformed the region with stone cutting and imperial planning. From a distance, the site appears subdued, the pyramids softened by erosion and the desert's quiet drift. Yet, as one approaches, the careful proportions of the platform mounds become apparent, with staircases rising to elevated summit rooms, constructed of stone-faced retaining walls filled with rubble and anchored by reed and timber elements that speak to a building tradition rooted in the materials and constraints of a dry coastal environment prone to seismic activity. Conditions that the ancient Caral architects addressed with flexible engineering choices intended to absorb ground movement rather than resist it rigidly. The sunken circular plazas, situated before several major platforms, reveal an architectural vocabulary that emphasizes gathering spaces recessed into the earth. Their stone parapets and entry ramps, oriented in ways that appear to relate to both the surrounding complexes and the shifting winds that move through the valley. Though the exact sequencing of construction across the site remains the subject of ongoing excavation, with some plazas showing signs of earlier configurations later reshaped to fit evolving ceremonial arrangements. Despite the absence of overt defensive features, the city's layout follows an orderly logic, dividing higher status structures from more modest residential zones. Yet the boundaries between them are not sharply drawn, and the distribution of domestic debris, charcoal, food, remains, tools, indicates a long-term, stable community whose social organization is still inferred only cautiously from architectural clustering, since many smaller structures have degraded or been obscured by subsequent dune movement. The material culture uncovered at Caral includes quipu fragments, musical instruments fashioned from bird and marine bones, and finely woven textiles whose patterns, though fragmentary, hint at symbolic systems not yet fully deciphered, while the near absence of ceramics suggests a reliance on gourds, baskets, and other perishable containers, leaving gaps in the archaeological record that complicate reconstructions of household practices and trade relationships. Botanical studies of hearths and refuse deposits reveal an economy based on cotton, squash, beans, and domesticated plants irrigated through canal systems that once drew water from the shifting Super River. Canals whose faint traces run across the valley in curves and angles that reveal repeated redirection as the river changed course over centuries, requiring ongoing adaptation and maintenance. Though some channels appear to have been abandoned abruptly, their sediment layers indicating floods or hydrological shifts that may have prompted community-wide reorganization. The monumental mounds themselves offer clues to construction sequences through their layered fills, where alternating courses of stone, shikra bags filled with rocks, and compacted soil indicate periodic rebuilding episodes, possibly linked to ritual renewal cycles or responses to seismic events. Yet the precise chronology of these layers remains under refinement as radiocarbon dates accumulate and stratigraphic relationships become clearer, revealing a more complex and overlapping building history than earlier linear models suggested. Traces of fire found in certain summit rooms have been interpreted as burned offerings rather than destruction layers, though the absence of associated ash lenses in some contexts raises the possibility that the fires were small, controlled, and perhaps symbolic, leaving only faint signatures that resist easy categorization. Architectural alignments at the site have drawn attention for their apparent orientation toward key points in the surrounding landscape, including distant hills and the river corridor. Yet the variability between structures, some aligned closely to cardinal directions, others skewed by underlying topography, suggests that multiple factors shaped these orientations, from practical building constraints to visual relationships with natural features, none of which produce a single cohesive pattern that explains the settlement's overall plan. Evidence for long-distance interaction emerges from materials such as spondylus shell, brought from coastal waters far to the north, and basalt tools sourced from more distant highland areas. Though the frequency of such items remains limited and unevenly distributed across the site, raising questions about whether these materials arrived through direct exchange networks, down-the-line trade, or occasional contacts whose social contexts are not yet fully understood. The absence of clear burial contexts within the monumental core adds another layer of ambiguity, as it remains unclear where most inhabitants were interred, with only scattered and incomplete remains found thus far, leaving open questions about mortuary practices and whether separate, as yet unidentified cemeteries existed beyond the surveyed area. Wind patterns across the valley, shaped by diurnal temperature cycles between coast and mountains, likely influenced both settlement placement and architectural choices, and some researchers have noted that certain elevated rooms face into prevailing breezes in ways that may have facilitated ventilation, though the consistency of this pattern across multiple structures is still unclear due to uneven preservation. And as late afternoon sunlight stretches across the Super Valley, drawing long shadows that emphasize the stepped geometry of the platform mounds and the quiet depth of the sunken ceremonial courts, Caral holds an equilibrium between what has become clearer through decades of study, its early antiquity, its adaptive engineering, its irrigated economy, and what remains open to interpretation, from the symbolic logic of its architecture to the rhythms of ritual and daily life that animated its plazas, leaving the site firmly rooted in the realm of human achievement, yet accompanied by the lingering uncertainty common to ancient settlements, where the durability of stone and earth far exceeds the preservation of the more intimate traces of those who built and sustained it across centuries. Pachacamac. Along the desert edge of the Lurin Valley, where cool Pacific winds move inland across shifting dunes and a sparse ribbon of river-fed vegetation marks one of the coast's few reliable water sources, Pachacamac rises from the pale earth as a sprawling complex of adobe temples, plazas, and stepped platforms whose long history reflects more than a millennium of cultural adaptation to a landscape shaped by seismic tremors, drifting sand, and fragile irrigation networks. From afar, the muted tones of its structures seem almost indistinguishable from the surrounding hills. But as one approaches the Temple of the Sun or the Painted Temple, the deliberate geometry of their broad terraces and ascending ramps comes into focus, revealing the layered construction traditions of societies that built and rebuilt here under changing political administrations. From the early Lima culture to Wari planners, later Ikhmer authorities, and eventually the Inca, who integrated the sanctuary into their imperial network without fully erasing the memory of earlier forms. Excavations across the site show that walls were often reconstructed atop previous foundations, adobe bricks layered in sequences that blend continuity and transformation, with each phase leaving subtle shifts in orientation or elevation that complicate efforts to reconstruct a single coherent architectural plan, especially where sand accumulation or erosion has softened contours and obscured earlier surfaces. The Painted Temple, once adorned with pigments of red, yellow, and white, retains only faint traces of its murals, and the uneven distribution of surviving fragments suggests multiple repainting events rather than a unified iconographic program. While the niches and small platforms set into its walls hold remains of offerings, shells, textiles, miniature objects, whose varied origins imply participation from distant coastal and highland communities, drawn by the site's reputation as an oracle long before the Inca arrived. The old temple and adjoining pilgrimage avenues reflect a ritual landscape organized around controlled movement, with corridors and ramps guiding processions through spaces that were reconfigured over centuries, evidenced by pathways that diverge unexpectedly, or plazas whose boundaries overlay older alignments, now detectable only through subsurface mapping. These irregularities hint at episodes of reconstruction, responding to ritual needs, political transitions, or seismic damage in a region where earthquakes routinely cracked adobe surfaces, prompting periodic reinforcement, using methods that left patchwork textures still visible today. Under the Inca, the Temple of the Sun introduced new architectural elements, stone foundations beneath adobe walls, storage rooms for offerings or food supplies, elevated platforms used during ceremonies. Yet even here, evidence of repair and modification persists. Certain rooms show fire traces interpreted as ritual burning rather than destruction, and some stairways appear widened or rerouted, suggesting adjustments to accommodate increased pilgrimage traffic, rather than strict adherence to a single imperial blueprint. In the lower precincts, residential and administrative structures cluster near ancient canals that once drew water from the Lurin River. Those sediment studies reveal that the river's shifting course forced repeated adjustments to irrigation systems, leaving abandoned channels braided across the valley floor, and marking periods when agricultural productivity fluctuated in tandem with changing hydrology. These shifts likely influenced the sanctuary's maintenance cycles, as adobe architecture required continual replastering and stabilization to resist wind erosion and seasonal humidity brought by coastal fog. Burial contexts at the site add further complexity. The cemetery near the Temple of the Sun contains mummy bundles of varied status and style, indicating that the sanctuary's influence extended beyond elite circles, yet the mixture of burial practices, combined with the scarcity of burials in the central ceremonial core, raises questions about where most pilgrims or residents were interred, suggesting mortuary zones still undiscovered or lost to erosion. Throughout the complex, subtle inconsistencies in adobe construction, differences in brick size, wall compaction or plaster layering, reflect the work of different labour groups or successive building episodes responding to evolving demands, while small workshops uncovered near residential sectors point to textile production and craft activities that coexisted alongside ritual life, blurring distinctions between devotional and administrative functions. And as the Garua fog settles and lifts across the dunes, revealing one platform edge and then concealing another, Pachacamac maintains a balance between the aspects illuminated by excavation, its long occupational sequence, its adaptive building strategies, its role as a major coastal oracle, and the elements that remain uncertain, the full logic of its changing pathways, the meanings of its fading murals, and the complex interplay of traditions layered within its adobe walls, leaving the site firmly grounded in human ingenuity, yet still edged with the quiet ambiguities of a sanctuary shaped, reinterpreted, and repaired across centuries at the boundary between desert and sea. Tiwanaku. Across the windswept expanse of the Altiplano, where the horizon stretches, with an almost architectural flatness and distant volcanic peaks rise like slow-moving guardians of a basin shaped by ancient lake cycles. Tiwanaku continues its stillness within a landscape that has shifted repeatedly since the height of the culture that built it, the ground bearing traces of fluctuating shorelines, frost-heaved soils, and sediment layers that complicate efforts to understand how the city once interacted with a lake whose waters may have sat closer to its ceremonial core than they do today. Approaching from the open plain, the edges of the Akapana platform emerge from the earth not as a single blocky mass, but as a composition of stepped terraces whose stone-faced walls reveal carefully placed drainage channels running through their interior, the system designed to guide runoff through conduits that align with the pyramid's geometric logic, though certain channels narrow unexpectedly or turn at angles that hint at modifications undertaken over centuries, as though the builders periodically reassessed how best to manage water on a platform that balanced both ritual presence and environmental necessity. The Kalasasaya enclosure rises nearby, its monolithic pillars standing at irregular intervals that reflect both intentional spacing and later restoration, while differences in stone type and weathering patterns suggest that the perimeter accumulated elements over time. Some pillars cut from fine-grained andesite brought from distant quarries and others from more local sandstone, creating a patchwork of materials that resists a singular interpretation of its original form. Within this space, the Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single andesite block, holds its iconic central figure surrounded by radiating attendants, but its present position may not represent its earliest placement, as architectural fittings and fragments elsewhere at the site hint at a more extensive arrangement of carved portals or reliefs now only partially preserved, leaving open the question of how the monument once functioned within ceremonial processions or visual alignments. The nearby semi-subterranean temple extends downward rather than upward, its recessed plaza lined with stone heads set into the walls, each distinct in style and craftsmanship, suggesting a cultural openness or symbolic integration of diverse identities, though the irregular sequence of these heads and differences in their workmanship indicate that they were installed gradually rather than according to a single decorative plan, complicating attempts to read their collective meaning within Tiwanaku's ritual framework. Beyond these central monuments lies Pumapunku, where precisely cut andesite blocks, some featuring recessed joints, interlocking notches, and right-angled channels, suggest a high degree of planning and specialized labor, yet the complex appears incomplete with scattered blocks and partially laid foundations, pointing to an interrupted construction episode whose cause remains uncertain, whether tied to political transitions, resource limitations, or shifting priorities within a society whose architectural ambitions appear to have outpaced the project's completion. Geological studies indicate that many of the Pumapunku stones originated on the Copacabana Peninsula across Lake Titicaca, requiring transportation over considerable distance, and while potential routes have been proposed, the changing lake levels and sediment accumulation obscure definitive pathways, leaving only traces of quarrying and half-shaped blocks to hint at the logistical networks that once linked shores and plains. Residential sectors surrounding the ceremonial core contain compounds arranged around open courtyards, with evidence of food preparation, craft production, and ritual activity interwoven in ways that challenge modern distinctions between domestic and sacred space. And botanical residues, including quinoa, tubers, and imported coastal plants, suggest a broad economic reach sustained by raised field agriculture along the basin's wetlands. Though the uneven distribution of these residues indicates social complexity that is not yet fully understood, with certain areas showing signs of concentrated wealth or ritual importance, while others appear more modest and utilitarian. Sediment cores from nearby wetlands record shifts in climate that correspond with both the expansion and eventual decline of the Tiwanaku polity, with intervals of higher water tables supporting intensive agriculture and later drought episodes possibly straining the system, though the pace and interplay of environmental and social changes remain under careful study, as some raised field systems appear to have remained. Productive even during downturns, hinting that multiple factors may have converged over time, rather than a single climatic event driving the city's transformation. Stone alignments across the site, including horizon markers and architectural sightlines, reveal an interest in solar and possibly lunar observation, though reconstructed alignments remain tentative due to post-abandonment movement of stones, restoration efforts, and uncertainties about the original height and placement of certain walls, leaving aspects of Tiwanaku's astronomical knowledge partially illuminated but not fully confirmed. Scattered across the ceremonial and residential zones are stones with incomplete carvings, abandoned cuttings, and tool marks that indicate iterative processes of experimentation or adjustment, suggesting that stoneworking traditions here, while highly skilled, evolved through practical engagement with the material rather than adherence to a fixed canon of geometric perfection, and the variety of tools inferred from cut marks points to a technological repertoire adapted to the region's diverse stone types rather than a single standardized method. As the light shifts across the plain and the winds trace long arcs through the dry grasses, Tiwanaku remains balanced between the clarity of what archaeology has revealed, its hydrological adaptations, its diverse stone techniques, its wide-ranging connections, and the elements that still resist definitive explanation, from the incomplete structures of Pumapunku to the phased construction of Akapana, the uncertain pathways of pilgrimage, and the dispersed iconography, whose meanings remain partly veiled, leaving the ancient city firmly within the scope of human capability, while sustaining the quiet, unresolved complexity of a place shaped by centuries of cultural intention and environmental change, its full story present in fragments that continue to emerge slowly from the plateau's enduring winds and weathered stones.
Across Italy, from the silent forests of Lazio to the windswept plateaus of Sardinia, stand megastructures so ancient, so precise, and so unlike anything around them that they feel as though they were left behind by a world we barely remember. Walls cut from stone no tool mark can explain, pyramids carved from single volcanic masses, tomb cities underground, towers older than their legends, and corridors hollowed through bedrock with a purpose no one can agree on. Each structure fits into history, but never comfortably. Each answers one question while raising 5 more. and together they whisper a possibility we still don't know how to confront. What if Italy's oldest monuments belong to a chapter of human ingenuity we haven't yet uncovered? Cyclopean walls of Alatri. In the hills of southern Lazio, where the light drifts softly across terraced olive groves and the air carries the faint mineral scent of ancient limestone, the Cyclopean walls of Alatri rise with a quiet authority that seems older than the town that surrounds them, older even than the stories layered across this landscape, presenting a geometry so deliberate and a craftsmanship so resolute that their presence feels less like the residue of a bygone era and more like a message left in stone from a time that resisted being remembered. For the blocks here, immense, angular, interlocking without mortar, press against one another with a precision that invites consideration of the intention behind their arrangement, as if a forgotten hand once understood how to persuade unyielding rock into shapes and alignments that endure beyond the fragile sweep of names, kingdoms, and archives. And as one walks the perimeter where the polygonal masonry tightens into immaculate joints, the sensation grows that these walls were not the perimeter of a fortress, but the expression of an architectural language still half lost, a language whose vocabulary blends astronomical orientation with topographical command. For the great Porta Maggiore, with its towering trapezoidal frame, faces the landscape in a way that evokes more than strategic utility, suggesting instead a dialogue with the horizon, while the town's acropolis, crowned by walls that fit together like the facets of a single stone thought, occupies a vantage point that dominates the valley with a composure that makes the chronology assigned to it feel provisional. And even as scholars trace these structures to the Italic peoples and the Hernisi tribes, the stones themselves resist that simplicity, carrying weathering patterns that hint at cycles of exposure measured less in centuries and more in epochs, their surfaces bearing scars of seismic shifts and climatic passages that imply a history long enough to complicate the neat arc of regional development. Yet the mystery here is not merely the age of the stones, but the method behind their making, for no clear evidence shows the tools that could carve and contour such vast boulders with edges that meet so flush, the seams vanish in shadow. No marks remain that would reveal how these tons were lifted, rotated, and fitted into place with such intention that even today engineers note the absence of settling or displacement, despite tremors that have reshaped every other structure in the region. And so, the walls evoke an argument between competing explanations, whether they were the product of a long and incremental evolution of Italic stonework traditions, or a sudden flowering of skill, now scattered into fragments across the peninsula. And as one moves deeper into the Acropolis, the geometry becomes more insistent, with angles that appear to reference celestial events, terraces aligned to solar arcs, and doorways whose tapered silhouettes echo other polygonal sites across Italy, suggesting a network of knowledge rather than isolated invention, though the threads linking them have eroded alongside the memories of the cultures that might have shared these techniques, leaving only the stones to whisper of an era where construction meant something more than shelter or defense. Yet even within the realm of archaeology, contradictions persist, for excavations produce pottery and artifacts consistent with known Italic habitation periods, while the walls themselves seem to stand apart from those layers, as though inherited, repurposed, or integrated into later settlements, rather than originating with them, a phenomenon mirrored in other ancient sites, where monumental bases outdate their own superstructures. And this tension creates a space for speculation, inviting conjectures about vanished workshops or forgotten guilds of masons whose mastery was unmatched, or about a knowledge stream flowing through prehistoric Italy that briefly surfaced here before disappearing into the obscurity that precedes documentation. And while such hypotheses cannot be confirmed, they persist because the stones refuse to simplify themselves into the timelines constructed for them, instead presenting the visitor with the sensation that the builders were engaging with principles that reached beyond immediate utility. Principles of proportion, balance, resilience, and perhaps even symbolism encoded into mass and form. And as dust settles across the Acropolis, the edges of the blocks catch the final gold of the sun, revealing contours that seem too considered to be chance and too enduring to belong solely to the historical moment to which they are assigned, creating a feeling that the walls are not merely ancient, but temporally untethered, belonging to a broader cycle of Human ingenuity and forgetting, and though many theories attempt to resolve the enigma, ranging from lost construction traditions to misunderstood ceremonial landscapes, none fully reconcile the ambition, precision, and sheer presence of these stones. And so, Alatri remains suspended between explanation and wonder, its cyclopean walls a testament to an age that cannot be fully placed, and a mastery that cannot be fully named, leaving the enduring impression that beneath the known layers of Italy's past lies another stratum of intention, one carved into rock with a patience and authority that still holds its silence as though waiting for a question we have not yet learned to ask. Pyramid of Bomarzo. In the dense woodland north of Rome, where volcanic ridges break into quiet clearings and the undergrowth holds the smell of moss, soil, and thyme, the so-called Pyramid of Bomarzo emerges from the forest floor with a stillness that feels almost deliberate, its step terraces rising from a single outcrop of basalt, as though shaped not only by hands but by intention embedded within the stone itself, and as one approaches the structure, carved rather than constructed, sculpted downward rather than built upward, the sense grows that its form was guided by a logic that does not entirely align with the ceremonial models usually proposed, for the platforms ascend with a rhythm both architectural and geological, merging the raw endurance of cooled lava with a patterning that suggests repeated use, repeated refinement, or repeated significance across a span of years, longer than any inscription can confirm. And the steps, sharply cut yet softened by centuries of rain and leaf fall, lead the eye toward the small rectangular basins etched into the upper surfaces, their purpose open to interpretation. Perhaps altars for rituals, perhaps channels for offerings, perhaps nothing more than functional recesses for practices now forgotten, though their arrangement hints at an understanding of water flow and celestial light that belies the simplicity of the tools presumed available to the cultures associated with the region. Yet what complicates the story further is the absence of clear cultural signatures, for although the pyramid sits within territory known to have been inhabited by the Etruscans, the structure does not match the typology of their tombs nor the engineering of their temples, instead resembling a solitary experiment in sacred geometry, a monument aligned with the contours of the hill and the orientation of the sky in ways that invite comparison to far older expressions of ritual landscape across the Italian peninsula. And this dissonance between known cultural patterns and the singularity of Bomarzo has led to a quiet division among researchers, some proposing that the pyramid was a priestly retreat or astronomical observatory, others suggesting it may be a palimpsest of multiple occupations, where each group reshaped the stone for its own meanings, while a few entertain the possibility that it predates the Etruscans altogether, left behind by a community whose identity dissolved long before recorded history touched this forest. And standing at the summit, where the highest platform opens to the sky framed by treetops, the feeling deepens that the builders were not merely carving functional steps, but articulating a dialogue between earth and elevation, a space where ritual, movement, and perspective converged into a single path upward, though the absence of associated artifacts or architectural companions renders the site strangely isolated, like a sentence without a surviving paragraph, or a fragment of a larger ceremonial complex lost to erosion, landslide, or simply the slow reclamation of the forest. Contradictions emerge as well in the stone's weathering patterns, for while the surfaces exhibit erosion consistent with great age, certain cuts remain unexpectedly crisp, raising questions about whether the monument was periodically reworked, or whether the basalt itself preserves shape with a persistence that misleads attempts at dating, and the terraces, though uneven in their preservation, retain proportions that reveal an underlying symmetry, suggesting that the builders were attentive not only to the steps, but to the spatial relationships between each platform, the vantage lines, the angles of ascent, and the shifting of shadows throughout the year, details that hint at a sophistication not easily reconciled with the absence of corresponding structures in the vicinity. And so, the pyramid stands suspended in a perplexing quiet, a remnant of practices not fully understood, its terraces gathering leaves in autumn and holding snow in winter, with no inscriptions to claim authorship and no definitive traces of the rituals that once animated its stone surfaces, inviting the imagination to drift through hypotheses of forgotten cults, seasonal observances, territorial markers, or ancestral commemorations, each plausible yet unprovable, each echoing the larger pattern found across Italy's enigmatic constructions, where monumental intent survives but the cultural context fades, leaving only the architecture of memory without its story. And as the last rays of afternoon light angle through the trees, catching the basalt in a muted shimmer, the structure feels less like an artifact and more like a threshold, a place where the boundary between certainty and possibility thins, and the mind is left to contemplate how many. Other such forms once stood in ancient landscapes now transformed. How many gestures carved into stone have been erased by time's quiet insistence, and how the Pyramid of Bomarzo, solitary yet resonant, remains a testament to a knowledge that once found expression in the shaping of volcanic rock into ascending plains, a knowledge now concealed within the forest's embrace, waiting for questions that have not yet been fully formed. Necropolis of Cervitary. In the low, rolling landscape west of Rome, where the Tyrrhenian breeze moves across fields of wild fennel, and the earth occasionally opens in shallow depressions that hint at chambers beneath, the necropolis of Cervitary spreads like a buried city whose avenues and dwellings were carved not for the living, but for their echoes, its tumuli rising as gentle domes of earth and stone that disguise the architectural depth descending beneath them. And as one walks the ancient pathways, the scale of the place reveals itself slowly, each mound concealing a labyrinth of rooms patterned after houses, with corridors, pillars, benches, and carved beams that imitate timber, yet are wrought from volcanic tuff, giving the sensation that the Etruscans sought to preserve the familiar world in a medium more enduring than life, as though memory itself could be anchored in stone. And the tombs, spanning humble single chambers to vast multi-room complexes, seem less like funerary deposits and more like architectural tests, where domestic space, ritual space, and symbolic space intertwine into a single blueprint of a culture whose voice has mostly faded from the historical record, leaving behind only the impression of a people who saw continuity between the realms of living and dead, reflected in the uncanny precision with which these subterranean dwellings mirror the layout of the settlements that once stood nearby. Yet even as archaeology attributes the necropolis to the flourishing Etruscan world of the first millennium BCE, contradictions accumulate beneath the surface. For some of the earliest tumuli exhibit construction methods and spatial logic that differ subtly but distinctly from later layers, suggesting the reuse or adaptation of older funerary traditions whose origins remain obscure, while certain chambers, stripped of their original contents, bear carvings whose iconography has no clear parallel in the known corpus of Etruscan art. Fragments of a visual language perhaps inherited from predecessors now vanished from the record, and the sheer scale of Banditaccia, the largest of the necropolis zones, creates an architectural rhythm that reaches beyond what one might expect for a burial ground, with its grid-like arrangement of tumuli and streets forming a city plan so deliberate that researchers have long debated whether its scale served purely ceremonial needs or whether it reflects a deeper cosmological model, mapping the journey of the soul or the structure of the universe as the Etruscans imagined it. Though the absence of extensive written texts leaves only these stone imitations as clues, their proportions suggesting that meaning was once encoded in the spacing, the alignments, and the symbolic architecture of descent and return. Stepping inside one of the great tumuli, the air cool and still, the walls bearing shallow carvings of household objects. The effect is disorienting, for the shapes of beds, chairs, beams, and door frames have been petrified into permanence, and this reproduction of daily life in a space of death raises the question of whether the tombs were intended as eternal homes, transitional chambers, or representations of something more abstract, a metaphysical household built to anchor the spirit in a journey now irretrievable to us, though the carefully modeled details imply a belief system both sophisticated and compassionate, granting their dead a continuity that transcends the finality we often assign to burial. Yet the necropolis also holds traces of complexity that resist interpretation, for beneath some mounds lie alcoves whose function is unclear, neither clearly ritual nor clearly domestic in imitation, and small niches whose placement seems too intentional to be incidental, as though they once housed offerings or symbols now lost. While in other areas the carving abruptly shifts style, leaving researchers pondering whether multiple guilds of stoneworkers operated here, each with distinct techniques, or whether the necropolis spans a far longer developmental arc than traditionally assigned, incorporating phases of practice that evolved in ways we cannot fully reconstruct. And contradictions extend to the geology itself, for the tuff, soft when freshly exposed but incredibly durable once set, has preserved details that feel startlingly modern in their precision. The clean lines of pillars and benches resisting erosion in ways that make dating by wear patterns misleading, sometimes giving the illusion of greater youth or greater age than stratigraphy alone can confirm, and thus the necropolis sits in a temporal ambiguity, its aesthetic coherence masking the layered evolution beneath it, where older tombs were expanded, repurposed, or sealed by later generations, creating a palimpsest of ritual, architecture that resists being assigned a single cultural moment. Wandering deeper into the site, where the pathways sink into shallow cuts between the mounds and the tomb, entrances face each other like rows of silent dwellings. The impression grows that this was once a ceremonial city with its own logic of processions, gatherings, and commemorations, its monumental scale reflecting not merely reverence for the dead, but an attempt to articulate a worldview in which ancestry, identity, and cosmology converged, though the exact nature of those beliefs remains just beyond reconstruction, suspended in the absence of comprehensive texts. And as dusk approaches, the low sun casting shadows across the tumuli, and catching the carved stone of the entrances in a soft, angled glow, the necropolis feels less like a cemetery, and more like the fossilized memory of an entire society. A place where architecture became a vessel for preserving relationships between the earthly and the unseen, relationships now perceptible only in the spaces left behind, and the visitor is left with the lingering sensation that the necropolis of Cervitary, for all its archaeological clarity in some respects, retains an interior silence that hints at a belief system we only partially apprehend, its monumental forms standing as a testament to an ancient intentionality that persists even as its meaning remains suspended, waiting for an interpretive key that may never fully emerge. Monte de Codi Ziggurat. In the northern plains of Sardinia, where the fields stretch in quiet lines toward a horizon softened by coastal haze, and the land holds the subtle undulation of ancient geological memory, the Monte de Codi platform rises with a geometry so unexpected that it seems at first glance like an intruder from another tradition, its stepped form evoking distant echoes of Mesopotamian ziggurats, yet standing alone on this island with no architectural relatives to anchor it securely within a known lineage. And as one ascends the long, sloping ramp, its incline gentle yet purposeful, the sense grows that this structure was designed not merely for access, but for procession, a ritual movement carved into the landscape itself, guiding those who once walked here toward a summit whose meaning has been debated for generations. Though the platform's earliest layers suggest a ceremonial function older than any surviving culture's mythology, and beneath the visible stone lies an earlier phase, a massive mound of earth and rock shaped into a truncated pyramid whose creation required knowledge of weight distribution, soil compaction, and spatial symmetry, all emerging at a time when the island's communities are thought to have lived in dispersed settlements with modest architectures, making the ambition of Monte de Codi feel strangely singular, as though a moment of vision crystallized here before fading from the rest of Sardinia's archaeological record, leaving behind this solitary testament to a worldview whose fragments remain scattered across the island's many sacred wells, megalithic tombs, and nuragic towers. Yet, Monte de Codi predates the Nuragi by millennia, placing it in an epoch where cultural connections across the Mediterranean remain partly speculative, and its resemblance to Near Eastern prototypes raises questions that resist both simplistic diffusion theories and isolated invention models, for while the stepped form and altar-like summit evoke affinities with distant cultures, The structure itself incorporates local stone, local technique, and an orientation that seems to reference Sardinia's own celestial and seasonal rhythms, suggesting that if influence arrived from abroad, it was absorbed and reinterpreted through a distinctly island perspective, creating a hybrid monument that belongs fully to neither world. Contradictions deepen in the stratigraphy, for the earliest phase of the structure appears to align with a Neolithic culture, whose other constructions were megalithic, but not architectural in this sense, implying either an extraordinary surge of ingenuity or a ritual necessity so compelling that it demanded a new form of monumental expression. And the later addition of the stone ramp and outer platform layers during the Copper Age introduces further complexity, suggesting that successive communities may have reinterpreted the site, each layering its own cosmology onto the mound, thus transforming the structure into a temporal palimpsest that records not a single belief system, but a sequence of evolving ritual landscapes. Artifacts found around the platform, fragments of pottery, animal bones, and traces of pigment, hint at ceremonies whose scale and solemnity must have drawn participants from far beyond the immediate vicinity. And the presence of a large, upright menhir near the ramp's base contributes to the impression that the complex once included a full ceremonial plaza, now lost to time, where gatherings, offerings, or astronomical observations may have unfolded in alignment with the sun's path or the cycles of the moon, though the absence of written records prevents certainty, leaving only architectural clues and spatial logic to suggest how the monument framed the movements of people and light. And yet, Monte de Codi carries an ambiguity rare even among prehistoric sites, for while its form is undeniably monumental, its purpose oscillates between interpretations, altar, sanctuary, ceremonial platform, cosmological axis, territorial marker, with none fully encompassing its layered history, as though the structure's meaning shifted along with the communities who used it, each group inheriting the mound's physical presence while projecting new symbolism onto its enduring form, and the stones themselves bear witness to this evolution, some showing signs of reshaping or reworking, others retaining the smooth wear of countless ritual ascents, and still others displaced or eroded in ways that hint at periods of abandonment or transformation, as the island's cultural rhythms changed over millennia. Walking the ramp today, the stones warm beneath the Sardinian sun, the surrounding plains dotted with remnants of prehistoric villages and long buried fields, the visitor feels the peculiar combination of clarity and opacity that defines Monte de Codi, for while the platform's geometry is unmistakable, an engineered expression of elevation and boundary, the intention behind it remains suspended in a quiet tension between the familiar and the alien, a monument that belongs to the Mediterranean, yet stands apart from its mainstream traditions. A structure that resembles a ziggurat, yet emerges from a landscape with no other zigguratic forms, a ceremonial mound whose rituals remain unanchored to surviving myth. And as evening approaches, the slanting light shadows the ramp and the summit, outlining the contours of the platform in a golden gradient that makes its form appear both ancient and strangely modern, its angles crisp against the fading sky, while the surrounding silence evokes the possibility that this was once a focal point, not only for ceremony, but for orientation, spiritual, communal, or astronomical, its elevation granting a vantage over a horizon that, in the Neolithic and Copper Age, might have encoded meanings now forgotten, tied to migrations, seasons, or ancestral narratives lost to the shifting currents of time. And so, Monte de Codi endures as a solitary enigma, a monument that cannot be fully placed within a single tradition or timeline, a structure whose layering of earth, stone, and ritual intention suggests an ancient effort to shape the relationship between humanity, landscape, and sky, an effort that left behind no clear explanation, yet persists in the enduring geometry of its terraces, inviting contemplation of a world where architecture served not only as shelter or symbol, but as a bridge between the visible and the unseen, a bridge now weathered but still standing, silent yet compelling, as though waiting for an interpretive key that may lie not in the stones themselves, but in a fragment of history still undiscovered. Nuraga of Sardinia, In the rugged interior of Sardinia, where the land gathers into rolling ridges and basalt plateaus shaped by ancient volcanic forces, the Nuragi begin to appear like scattered sentinels across the landscape, their conical towers rising from the earth with a solidity that blurs the line between natural formation and human construction, for their weathered stones seem almost grown rather than placed. Yet each is the product of deliberate engineering by a society whose architectural ambition still confounds attempts to assign straightforward meanings. And as one approaches a great nurage, Santuantine, Su-Nuraxi, or one of the thousands of lesser-known examples, the sheer mass and precision of its basalt blocks create an immediate impression of intention, carried out at a monumental scale, structured through a system of corbelled chambers, ascending staircases, and internal galleries that suggest both defensive and ceremonial functions, though no single interpretation fully accounts for the complexity found within these stone towers. The Nuragic civilization left no extensive written record to explain its architectural choices, leaving the towers to speak through their geometry and distribution, their placement across ridges, valleys, and coastlines, forming a network so dense that it implies a level of social organization and territorial coherence far beyond what early theories once proposed. While recent archaeological excavations reveal settlements surrounding many nuragi, complete with meeting huts, workshops, and communal spaces, hinting at societies engaged in metalworking, trade, and ritual activities on a scale that positions them among the most sophisticated Bronze Age cultures of the Mediterranean, even if their cultural identity remains partly opaque. Contradictions arise when comparing the simplicity of the raw materials, unshaped basalt blocks stacked without mortar, to the sophistication of the resulting structures, for the internal chambers rise with a corbelled precision that requires knowledge of load distribution and acoustic behavior, creating spaces that feel at once protective and resonant, their curved walls narrowing toward a high apex that captures sound and light differently across the day, leading some researchers to propose ritual uses, while others emphasize their strategic height and thick walls as evidence of defensive intent. Though the presence of multiple towers within some complexes suggests an architectural language more nuanced than simple fortification. And across Sardinia, the Nuragi stand in incredible numbers, over 7,000 discovered, with likely more still buried or collapsed, creating an impression of a landscape meticulously mapped by stone markers, each tower potentially serving as a node in a network of sightlines, water sources, trade routes, or celestial alignments. For certain nuragi appear to orient towards solstitial sunrise points or lunar standstill positions, though debates persist over whether these alignments were intentional or coincidental within the island's varied terrain, and the absence of consistent patterns complicates efforts to attribute a singular cosmology to their builders, suggesting instead a mosaic of local traditions unified by a shared architectural framework. The internal chambers, lit only by the narrow entrance and occasional small windows, create a shifting sense of enclosure and expansion as one moves upward through spiral stairways hewn into the thickness of the walls, the darkness giving way to sudden shafts of light that strike the basalt surfaces in a way that emphasizes their texture and mass. And the experience of climbing within a nura evokes a sense of journey rather than simple movement, with spatial transitions that seem too intentional to be merely structural, hinting at symbolic pathways tied to ritual or hierarchy, though the lack of written explanation leaves such interpretations suspended in the realm of measured speculation. Excavations reveal layers of use spanning centuries, sometimes millennia, with certain nuragi showing evidence of initial construction in the Bronze Age, followed by adaptations through the Iron Age and into later periods, creating architectural palimpsests where phases of stonework blend into one another, complicating efforts to isolate their earliest forms, and raising the question of whether the monumental towers we see today represent the culmination of a long tradition or the surviving fragments of a once more varied architectural landscape. Contradictions deepen further when considering the cultural motifs associated with the Nuragic people. Bronze figurines depicting warriors, chiefs, animals, and ceremonial scenes, which reveal a sophisticated symbolic world but offer few direct clues to, how the towers fit into their social or spiritual frameworks, leaving open the possibility that Nuragi served multiple overlapping purposes across generations: fortresses, gathering spaces, sanctuaries, territorial markers, ancestral monuments, or combinations of these roles shaped by shifting cultural needs. And standing beside a towering nurag in the late afternoon, when the basalt blocks absorb the warmth of the sun and release it slowly into the cooling air, the structure seems less like an artifact of human labor and more like a living presence in the landscape, its silhouette merging with the surrounding hills in a way that blurs the boundary between nature and architecture. And the sense grows that the builders were attuned not only to engineering, but to the rhythms of the environment, using stone to articulate relationships between community, land, and sky that remain legible even if their full meanings have been lost. As evening deepens and the shadows lengthen across the plain, the nurage stands silent yet commanding, its corridors empty, but its mass still expressive of an intention that transcends its immediate function, suggesting that it once played a central role in a cultural narrative now fragmented across archaeological traces. And the visitor is left with the impression that the nuragi, with their multitude and their endurance, articulate a worldview framed by permanence and vigilance, by memory anchored in basalt, and by a relationship to time measured not in generations, but in stone, leaving their purpose suspended between interpretation and mystery. A testament to an ancient ingenuity whose full story remains hidden within the island's deep past. Colosseum. In the heart of Rome, where modern traffic coils around ancient footprints and the city's layered history hums beneath every stone, the Colosseum rises with a presence that feels less like a ruin and more like an exposed cross-section of time itself. Its great arcades opening like ribs of an organism built to house both spectacle and power. Yet even in its monumental familiarity, the structure retains subtler mysteries often overshadowed by its fame. For beneath the well-known narrative of gladiatorial games lies an architectural intelligence so refined that the amphitheater's very shape becomes a study in ancient experimentation, its elliptical form distributing load and vision with an elegance that belies the brutal entertainments it once held. And as one walks its perimeter, tracing the weathered travertine blocks quarried from distant Tivoli, the interplay of arches and vaults reveals a mastery of engineering that seems almost dissonant with the fragmented records of its construction, suggesting that the Romans, heirs to older Italic, Etruscan, and Mediterranean traditions, may have inherited more than we can clearly trace, their innovations resting atop a substratum of knowledge carried through generations of craftsmen whose names remain unrecorded. Inside, where layers of seating once radiated upward in calculated gradients of hierarchy, the structure's acoustics and visibility reflect a geometry so finely tuned that even modern stadiums echo its logic. Yet below the arena, the hypogeum's labyrinth of corridors and chambers speaks to a level of logistical choreography that has few direct parallels in surviving Roman architecture. Its network of lifts, winches, holding pens, and service passages forming an underground world where the boundary between engineering and theater dissolves into a single calibrated mechanism. Though the exact workings of many of these devices remain inferred rather than fully understood, their wooden components long vanished, leaving only anchor points, grooves, and shadows in stone to hint at their complexity. Contradictions emerge in attempts to reconstruct the timeline of its modifications, for while the Flavian dynasty inaugurated the amphitheater with well-documented fanfare, layers of repairs, retrofits, and shifts in use have obscured the original intent behind certain structural features, such as the enigmatic arrangement of subterranean openings, whose placement suggests not only practical functions, but symbolic or ritual considerations now largely forgotten. And the velarium, its vast retractable awning, presents another puzzle, for though descriptions survive of a naval corps tasked with its operation, the precise rigging system capable of suspending such an immense canopy remains partially speculative, its anchors preserved, but their coordination across the uppermost tiers still debated among scholars who attempt to reconstruct a mechanism that would have required extraordinary coordination and strength. Even the materials speak in layered tones, as the amphitheater's skeleton of travertine, tufa, and brick-face concrete reveals shifts in Roman building priorities. The use of pozzolanic mortar, allowing the creation of vaults and arches of unprecedented size, yet the precise proportions of these ancient concretes, so durable in some contexts, so vulnerable in others, remain imperfectly replicated today. Their longevity shaped by combinations of ingredients that varied across construction phases, raising the possibility that certain mixes resulted from experiential knowledge now largely lost rather than formalized prescriptions. And as seismic events across the centuries fractured portions of the outer ring, the remaining arcs form a jagged silhouette that both reveals and conceals the logic of the original design, like a monumental cross-section of Roman ambition subjected to geological time. Yet even in its damaged state, the structure retains a coherence that suggests its builders anticipated forces beyond ordinary strain, embedding redundancies and weight-distributing strategies that allowed the amphitheater to endure long after other monuments collapsed. Though whether these choices reflect empirical experience, inherited wisdom, or a deeper understanding of structural behavior remains a question suspended between history and engineering archaeology. Walking the upper levels, where surviving staircases spiral upward in controlled gradients, one feels the intentional flow of movement the architects designed, channeling tens of thousands of spectators through entrances calibrated for efficient dispersal. Their vomitoria, so named for the rapid emptying they enabled, representing an urban-scale choreography rarely matched in antiquity, while the subtle curvature of corridors and the interplay of light and shadow through archways creates an atmospheric rhythm that suggests the architects understood not only structural forces, but human psychology, crafting spaces meant to awe, to direct, and to envelop. Yet despite its fame, the Colosseum retains a quiet enigma in its overall purpose beyond spectacle, for while it clearly functioned as a stage for imperial narratives and social order, its alignment, its siting over a former lake of Nero's palace, and its integration with adjacent structures hint at layers of symbolic realignment, political, spatial, and perhaps cosmological, embedded in its creation. And though these interpretations remain debated, the very ambiguity reflects the complexity of a monument that served not merely as entertainment venue, but as a civic statement inscribed into the city's fabric. As evening falls and the amber lights illuminate the arches, the Colosseum's presence shifts from architectural marvel to something more introspective, its empty corridors and exposed hypogeum evoking the dissonance between what is known and what remains speculative. And the visitor is left with the sensation that beneath the well-told history lies another story, of techniques inherited from older Italic builders, of engineering decisions shaped by experience now unrecorded, of symbolic layers overwritten by centuries of repurposing, leaving the amphitheater suspended between clarity and obscurity, its grandeur undeniable, yet its full narrative elusive, a monumental relic from another age whose intentions remain partly concealed within the silence of stone. Pantheon. In the dense heart of Rome, where centuries of streets coil around the lingering imprint of an older city, the Pantheon stands with a serenity that feels almost out of step with the bustle that surrounds it, its rotunda rising not merely as an architectural marvel, but as a quiet enigma whose apparent clarity masks layers of uncertainty, contradiction, and intention that scholars have debated for generations. For while the inscription on its portico credits Marcus Agrippa, the building itself belongs to a later moment, the Hadrianic period. Yet its true conceptual lineage may reach deeper into Rome's architectural memory, drawing on traditions whose roots extend across the Mediterranean, and perhaps even earlier, Italic sacred spaces now lost. Approaching the Pantheon, the first impression is of harmony. The rhythmic colonnade of Egyptian granite, the pediment once adorned with bronze, the broad steps that once faced a different urban layout, all giving the sense of a temple that has always been precisely what it appears to be. Yet this impression dissolves upon entering the rotunda, where the vast interior dome opens like an engineered sky, its coffered hemispheric sweep so perfectly proportioned that it seems to defy the vulnerability of ancient materials, prompting questions about how Roman builders achieved a span of concrete unmatched until modern times, and whether the formula of its mixture, gradually lightening toward the oculus, reflected a standardized knowledge or the accumulated intuition of craftsmen whose expertise is now only partially understood. The oculus itself, a perfect circle of open sky, seems to anchor the building not only to the heavens, but to a cosmological logic encoded in light. For as the sun moves across the day and year, its beam traces deliberate paths along the interior, illuminating altars, niches, and thresholds, with an accuracy that suggests the building functioned as a kind of temporal instrument, marking celestial cycles in ways that transform the rotunda from a static space into a dynamic interplay of architecture and astronomy, though the exact ritual significance of these illuminations remains speculative, informed by fragments of Roman religious practice but never fully confirmed. Within the rotunda, the height and diameter match in a perfect sphere that seems carved from air, yet the engineering behind this illusion reveals a complex interplay of materials: heavy basalt at the base, successively lighter aggregates toward the crown, culminating in pumice near the oculus, a gradient that demonstrates not only structural foresight, but a nuanced understanding of how weight, tension, and cohesion operate in large-scale concrete construction, though no surviving treatises detail the precise knowledge that allowed such precision. Contradictions arise in the interpretation of its purpose, for while tradition frames the pantheon as a temple to all gods, its internal arrangement and lack of surviving cult statuary suggest functions that may have blended religious, dynastic, and ceremonial roles, and some scholars propose that the rotunda served as a symbolic representation of imperial authority, its dome echoing the celestial sphere and aligning the emperor with cosmic order, while others view it as a monumental expression of philosophical ideals, perhaps tied to the Hadrianic court's fascination with geometry, harmony, and the universal. Yet the building's earlier phases complicate this narrative. Beneath the current floor lie remnants of Agrippa's original structure, destroyed by fire, and beneath that, hints of even earlier sacred use of the site, suggesting a continuity of ritual significance that predates the imperial reinterpretation, though the specifics of these earlier traditions remain obscured by the rebuilding that followed. As one moves through the interior, the marble revetments, giallo antico, porphyry, pavonazzetto, form a chromatic map of imperial reach, each stone sourced from distant quarries and transported across land and sea, reflecting not only aesthetic preference but the logistical and political networks that sustained Rome's monumental projects. And the alternating patterns of niches and recesses create a rhythm that guides the eye around the circular plan, reinforcing a sense of movement even within stillness. The bronze that once adorned the portico, later removed for papal use, leaves behind traces that hint at an original facade more ornate than the present one. And the differences in column diameter and spacing suggest logistical adaptations during construction, revealing that even a building as seemingly perfect as the Pantheon carries the marks of practical constraints and evolving design decisions, though these adjustments harmonize within the overall composition in ways that mask their complexity. The structure's survival through earthquakes, fires, and centuries of urban change underscores an engineering resilience that remains partly mysterious. For while the distribution of mass and the integration of relieving arches contribute to its stability, the full combination of factors that allowed the dome to endure while others collapsed is still a subject of research, raising the possibility that certain construction choices were guided by empirical knowledge no longer fully preserved in surviving texts. As daylight shifts and the beam of the oculus drifts across the interior, illuminating the patterned marble floor in an ever-changing arc, the Pantheon reveals itself not as a static monument, but as a living instrument of light, its interior animated by the dialogue between structure and sky. And this interaction hints at meanings beyond conventional temple architecture, suggesting a space where cosmology, politics, ritual, and philosophy may have converged. Yet the absence of definitive records leaves its full significance suspended, inviting interpretations that oscillate between empirical analysis and speculative reconstruction. At sunset, when the oculus glows with fading gold and the dome's coffers retreat into soft shadow, the sense deepens that the Pantheon belongs simultaneously to Rome's historical narrative and to a more elusive lineage of architectural thought, one in which geometry and intention merged into a form that still resists complete explanation. A heritage carried through craftsmanship, inherited knowledge, and a worldview that perceived architecture as a bridge between the human realm and the celestial order. And in this ambiguity between clarity and enigma, engineering and symbolism, the Pantheon endures as one of antiquity's most profound statements, its meaning still unfolding across the centuries, awaiting interpretations that may never fully resolve the quiet mystery embedded in its perfectly balanced sphere of space and sky. Castel del Monte. In the dry, open expanses of Apulia, where the land rises gently into the limestone plateau of the Merge and the horizon stretches in a pale, uninterrupted arc, Castel del Monte appears with a geometry so deliberate and so austere that it seems less like a medieval fortress and more like an idea rendered in stone, a structure whose form, an octagon surrounded by 8 octagonal towers, has invited centuries of speculation about its purpose, symbolism, and origins. Approaching across the scrubland, where aromatic herbs crunch beneath the foot and the air holds the faint mineral scent of the karst terrain, the castle's pale limestone walls shimmer in the sun, their subtle variations in tone reflecting the region's geological tapestry, and the structure rises with such mathematical clarity that it feels as if the hilltop itself had been awaiting this exact arrangement of angles and proportions, a symmetry so precise that it draws the eye before the details emerge. Built under Emperor Frederick II in the 13th century, or so the inscriptions and documents suggest, the castle nonetheless bears an ambiguity that has sparked theories ranging from astronomical observatory to hunting lodge to esoteric ceremonial site, for its layout eschews defensive features typical of the period: no moat, no curtain walls, no strategic vantage lines, and only minimal provisions for siege, leaving the impression that its purpose lay elsewhere, in realms that combined imperial authority, intellectual curiosity, and symbolic architecture. Stepping inside, the sense of geometric poetry intensifies. The courtyard mirrors the outer octagon, creating a nested rhythm of forms that extend from the towered exterior to the internal void, and the interplay of light and shadow shifts across the courtyard walls in slow, calibrated movements, suggesting that the builders understood how the sun's arc would animate the structure throughout the year. The eightfold symmetry, rare in medieval Europe, has prompted associations with classical architecture, Islamic geometry, and even older Mediterranean numerologies, though no single lineage accounts fully for the castle's form, and the possibility arises that Frederick's court, drawing scholars from across the known world, synthesized diverse traditions into a structure that was less a defensive installation than a spatial thesis. Yet, contradictions emerge within the very walls. Remnants of latrines, drainage channels, and domestic features indicate that the building could support habitation or gatherings, while the absence of kitchens or extensive service quarters complicates interpretations of its function, as though it was designed to host people not in a quotidian sense, but in episodic, possibly ritual or intellectual contexts, where presence mattered more than duration. The interior rooms, arranged in pairs around each floor, follow the octagonal plan with subtle variations, their vaulted ceilings and narrow windows creating patterns of illumination that feel intentional rather than incidental. And some researchers have suggested that the placement of windows corresponds to key astronomical events, though the evidence remains debated, complicated by later modifications and the erosion of contextual clues. The castle's orientation, though not perfectly aligned with cardinal directions, shows consistent angular relationships that may indicate a symbolic logic now obscured by time, and the proportional relationships between height, diameter, and wall thickness reveal mathematical harmonies rarely seen in medieval architecture, hinting at an underlying architectural doctrine that has not survived in written form. The very choice of location, on a hill neither the highest nor the most strategic, raises further questions. If not for defense, why here? The answer may lie in the castle's visibility from the surrounding plains, where its silhouette becomes a near geometric figure against the horizon, suggesting that its presence was intended as a conceptual anchor in the landscape, a statement of imperial intellect and authority framed not through military power, but through architectural mastery. Yet, this interpretation competes with others. The castle's proximity to ancient roots, its alignment with sightlines to distant settlements, and its relative isolation from urban centers all contribute to a layered ambiguity, where each hypothesis illuminates one facet of the structure while leaving others in shadow. The materials themselves offer clues and contradictions. The limestone blocks bear tool marks consistent with skilled masons, yet certain joints display a level of precision that feels almost anachronistic for the period, while the interiors once held polished marble revetments and detailed fittings now long removed, their absence creating an austere atmosphere that may not reflect the castle's original sensory impact. Frescoes and decorative elements uncovered in fragments suggest a richer visual environment than the bare walls convey today, implying that the castle's intellectual austerity was complemented by artistic or symbolic narratives now largely lost, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct meaning from fragments of pigment and pattern. As one ascends the internal staircases, spiral flights embedded within the towers, the sense of movement becomes part of the architectural experience, guiding the visitor upward through controlled shifts of light and perspective until emerging onto higher levels, where the landscape unfolds in all directions. The plains, hills, and distant coastline appearing as part of a vast diagram in which the castle is the central point. It is here that some researchers propose an astronomical or calendrical dimension, for the castle's height and open sightlines could have framed celestial observations. Yet, without explicit records, this remains conjectural, part of the broader mosaic of interpretations that reflect the castle's enigmatic form. By dusk, when the limestone takes on a muted rose hue and the shadows sharpen into elongated octagonal shapes across the ground, Castel del Monte feels less like a remnant of medieval ambition and more like a conceptual artifact, a structure whose purpose may have blended imperial display, philosophical inquiry, and symbolic alignment into a single architectural gesture. Its clarity of form contrasts with the opacity of its meaning, leaving the visitor suspended between understanding and wonder, confronted with a monument that offers itself to analysis, yet resists definitive interpretation. And in this tension, between its documented past and its deeper, more elusive significance, the castle stands as a testament to an age where knowledge, symbolism, and authority intersected in stone, leaving behind a structure that remains as compelling in its mystery as in its geometry, an enduring challenge to those who seek to read its intentions through the shifting light of time. Etruscan Via Cava. In the forested heartlands of southern Tuscany, where the hills fold into each other like softened layers of ancient seabed, and the trees gather in dense canopies that mute the wind, the Etruscan Via Cava appear not as roads carved through rock, but as deep, narrow corridors where the land itself has been shaped into passageways of startling verticality, their walls rising in sheer tufa cliffs that enclose the traveler in a space both intimate and monumental, creating the uncanny sensation of walking through a geological memory rather than a human construction. These sunken roads, some plunging more than 20 meters into the earth, cut through the volcanic bedrock with a precision and scale that challenge easy explanations. For while they clearly served as pathways, their depth and steepness seemed disproportionate for ordinary transit, and the sheer labor required to carve such trenches into the hillside suggests a significance beyond simple movement between settlements. Many of the Via Cava connect necropolis to hilltop towns, their walls bearing faint traces of niches, carvings, and erosion patterns that hint at ceremonial or symbolic functions, as though these corridors once framed processions of the living toward the domains of the dead, guiding footsteps through delineated spaces where the boundary between world and underworld was negotiated not abstractly, but through architecture etched into the bones of the landscape. Yet the purpose of the Via Cava remains entangled in contradictions. Their dates are difficult to anchor, for the soft tufa erodes and reshapes over centuries, obscuring tool marks and stratigraphic clues, and while the Etruscans surely used them, some scholars argue that the earliest cuts may predate Etruscan settlement, remnants of pathways whose origins lie in earlier Italic or even Bronze Age communities whose traces are now fragmented. Others point to the hydrological functions these corridors might have served, drainage channels, water management systems. Yet the precision of certain curves, intersections, and heights implies a level of planning that exceeds functional necessity, and the presence of carved niches at regular intervals suggests ritual or symbolic uses now obscured by erosion and time. In places, the walls rise so high and the trench narrows so abruptly that daylight filters down in shifting patterns, creating an interplay of illumination and shadow that changes with the hour, and one wonders whether the builders intended this dramatic choreography of light, turning the act of passage into an experience of descent and emergence, a spatial narrative that mirrors mythic journeys described in later traditions. As one walks through these corridors today, the surfaces of the tufa show a record of water flow, roots, and centuries of footfall. The walls etched with vertical streaks where rain has carved channels that mimic the original cutting marks, creating a palimpsest in which natural and human interventions blur. Certain via cava intersect with others in angular formations that seem almost mathematical, forming networks carved into hillsides without clear evidence of fortification or settlement directly above, suggesting a system whose logic we can track physically but not fully interpret, as though we are seeing the connective tissue of a cultural landscape whose organs, the villages, sanctuaries, and ceremonial sites, have been largely erased. At the entrances to some corridors, carved steps lead upward to lookout points or small platforms whose original uses remain speculative, and in others, faint openings in the walls reveal chambers that may have served funerary, votive, or storage functions, though the lack of consistent patterns makes definitive interpretation elusive. The via cava also carry an acoustic dimension rarely noted in formal studies. Within their narrowest stretches, sound amplifies and rebounds, footsteps echo with unusual clarity, and voices take on a resonant quality that transforms the corridor into a kind of natural amplifier, an effect that could have imbued ancient processions, chants, or ritual recitations with an atmospheric power difficult to replicate elsewhere. Whether intentional or incidental, this auditory phenomenon adds another layer of complexity to the question of their purpose, hinting that the builders may have understood not only the spatial, but the sensory possibilities of carving pathways into the earth itself. Contradictions further emerge when examining their distribution. Some via cava cut directly toward necropoleas, reinforcing the idea of funerary or ritual processions, while others lead to springs or water sources, suggesting practical functions. Still others connect settlements indirectly, bypassing more efficient routes, implying that symbolic or territorial considerations guided their placement. The absence of consistent width or uniform depth hints at modifications across generations, with different communities reshaping older corridors for new uses, creating composite passageways whose cumulative evolution obscures the intentions of their earliest phases. And the geological nature of the tufa, soft when first exposed, hardening with time, adds another layer of uncertainty. How much of what we see represents the original cut, and how much has been softened or reshaped by erosion, root systems, and centuries of rainfall. Walking through one of the longest stretches near Sovana or Pitigliano, where the walls close in so tightly that the sky becomes a narrow ribbon overhead, the passage transforms into a liminal space where the present feels suspended and the past seems closer than the surface world just above. Moss clings to the upper ledges, and in shaded sections the air cools suddenly, as though the corridor maintains its own microclimate, separate from the surrounding forests and fields. Emerging from such a passage into the sharp brightness of the Tuscan sun creates a shift so abrupt it feels ceremonial, even if its original purpose remains obscured. And in this interplay of depth and emergence, light and enclosure, function and symbolism, the via cava reveal themselves as more than simple roads. They are the carved arteries of an ancient landscape whose cultural pulse has faded, leaving behind a network of pathways that defy easy categorization, their intentions fractured across time, yet still palpable in the experience of moving through them. As evening settles across the hills, and the shadows within the corridors lengthen into dark vertical bands, the sense grows that these sunken roads once held meanings we can only partially reconstruct, shaped by communities whose relationship to the land was expressed not through structures rising upward, but through pathways carved downward into the earth itself. And in their enduring ambiguity, Part engineering, part ritual, part mystery, the Via Cava remain among Italy's most atmospheric ancient creations, a testament to a worldview where movement, landscape, and memory were intertwined in ways that continue to resonate even as their original purpose remains suspended just beyond reach.